Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today it is Tuesday, the 19th of April, 2022. My name is CareyHolzman and I am a professional PC repair technician. Been in the industry since professionally 1991, and prior to that in the 80s it was always just a little hobby of mine. And I like to go back sometimes. We live in a society where we so quickly forget things that were all we talked about for a brief period of time as though they were real. And then when we realize they're not real anymore, or the discussion dies down, nobody ever comes back and says, hey, you remember that time we talked about this? So I like to do that, not to say I told you so, but rather to encourage you to do the same with other subjects of interest that were of your first and foremost thoughts and concerns for whatever reason. And that, for example, would be saying that being a PC technician is dead, that there was no jobs. And you do remember this whole thing that computer repair was dead. You remember smartphones were taking over and nobody was buying PCs. Nobody's going to buy PCs anymore. Nobody wants computers repaired anymore. Do you remember any of this, any of you? Because where did those people go? There were a couple of YouTube content creators who used to be techs that said, don't become a tech, the industry's gone, there's no jobs. And I said then what I will say again, which is those people didn't have an issue. Their perspective was the issue. They had a bad attitude. So if you have a bad attitude, nobody's going to want to hire you. And therefore, from that perspective, the industry, there's no jobs. Well, there's no jobs for you with that attitude. I will say, if you look around now, every industry is suffering for finding people who want to work, whether it's Walmart or a restaurant, a car dealership, or a corporation looking for IT staff. Everybody, for the most part, in the United States, every employer is short-staffed. Also, the demand in IT has gone only up as there's more computers and more computers. As I stated then, I will state again. Every day, more computers are sold, but not as many are recycled or thrown out. And so what ends up happening is we're building and building and building and building more and more infrastructure without any maintenance or with reduced maintenance, and with people prophesizing false information based on a bad attitude and not based and grounded in reality. So as a result, if you were interested in becoming a computer technician, if you've got the right attitude, there are lots of jobs to pick from. In fact, employees are now at the unique position of being able to negotiate much more powerfully for a better salary or better benefits, because employers, they don't have their dime a dozen attitude anymore when it comes to their employees. Some do. There are some employers out there that still haven't gotten it yet. But eventually, when enough stress gets to them and enough of their business is lost due to the impatience of customers not being helped, they will be forced to face what they don't want to, which is the employees now deserve to get paid better and treated better, working regular hours or being paid generously overtime, and with good benefits, sick time, vacation time, even mental health days. So you do have the power as an employee to negotiate, much more so than any other time in my life. And there's more work out there for IT-related work, for that matter, any work, than I've ever seen before in my life. Ever in my entire life have I ever seen entire industries, from the grocery store to hair cutters and laundromats, to gas stations, and especially a lot of restaurants, where they're just simply closing down because they don't have enough staff. Almost every business I walk into says employees wanted. And I was just at the UPS store today. I had to send a package back to Amazon. Huge sign, employees wanted. And they were closing that store at 6:30 today. Now they used to stay open until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I went to a Wendy's. Was it Wendy's? I was at a Wendy's and the dining room was closed. It was drive-through only. I went to Fuddruckers. The entire restaurant was closed with a big sign, closed due to staffing shortages. And the request that I have from employers that want to hire me is off the scale. It's not that they want to hire me to do a job. They want to hire me to do a 60 to 80 hour a week job. If I was looking for work, I'd grab it. But I have no choice but to say, you know, I can't do that. So, and of course, there goes my doorbell. Give me just 1 second, folks. I'm going to step off camera for just a second. Okay, well, I guess that was good timing because I was kind of done with that subject, and now we can move on to today's video, which is to continue where we left off yesterday. So I built this system, Mitch and I built the system around May or June of 2020, and the link to the original build video here is in the video notes below this video. And it was overheating, and it turned out that the liquid cooler died a little earlier than expected. Whether or not it's the pump, or there's some clog in the radiator, or there's a deterioration of the fluid, or there's corrosion, I don't know, I don't care, I don't have time. Like I said, everything's busier than it's ever been in my life, and I'm just trying to stop from drowning in the work. So the I talked with my sister who owns this computer, and I asked her what she wanted to do if, you know, we could put an air cooler on it like a Scythe Mugen 5. But one of the things about this computer is the way it looks. Now, when I was building computers in the 90s and even the early 2000s, it was the color of the case. That's all anybody had to pick, and getting matching floppy drives or matching CD-ROMs or DVD drives to match the color of the case. That was the extent of it, or, you know, maybe memory card readers or extended USB readers that matched the color of the case. That was as far as aesthetics ever went. Now we're talking about RGB, we got glass panels, we got to do cable management, and the manufacturers of this stuff love that people prioritize this nonsense because it allows them to do markups of 300% and 400% of products, which otherwise they'd be making maybe 15% on average of a profit margin. So you can take a $100 cooler, that's $100 retail, cooler that costs about $60, probably about $60 to make. And you can give it RGB fans, hook it up to a USB port with some software, and give it a little LCD screen. Yeah, the LCD screen might add another 40 bucks. And you can turn around and you can sell this cooler, this one right here, about $260, and it's the same size with approximately the same flow as the cooler we removed. That was a $100 cooler. Now, that's okay if that's your priority and that's what you want to do and that's how you want to spend your money because you like looking at pretty lights. Hey, that's fine with me. But on the technical side, on the logical, non-emotional side, it is an utter and complete waste of money on the logical side because it is not adding to any performance. It's not really adding to your computer's value other than if you find someone who also emotionally likes those lights. And it's not adding to security, and it's not adding to reliability. It's just lights. Now, some people really, really like those lights. And as I mentioned, manufacturers in the industry prey on that. They make amazingly gross profits on this stuff. So this is my way of saying this is a $260, 240 millimeter RGB cooler. Does it look cool? Yeah, absolutely. Does it work well? It doesn't work any better than a $100, 240 millimeter cooler. But you can get your time sucked away playing with different information on the little LCD screen like we have here on this machine. You see the spinning cube is on an LCD screen on the pump. And this is Corsair's answer to NZXT's introduction to this idea. So this is the H100i. It's called the Elite LCD. For some reason, I was thinking it was the Capellix, but the Capellix is a different water pump, and it's a much cheaper cooler. I think a Capellix is about $100 less. So adding that LCD screen that's customizable is almost double the price, the retail price of the cooler, even though it only increases the cost of manufacturing slightly. So be aware when you're spending your money. If you like to waste money, go ahead. What I'm particularly interested in is the attitude of the viewers, because I'm amused and puzzled how some people won't spend $5 to buy a piece of software that'll help them because it's on a subscription, but they'll spend $250 on something they don't need because it's got pretty lights on it. How somebody will have the attitude that they would rather work harder than spend a few dollars so they don't have to work as hard, but then buy something that's excessively overpriced, in my opinion, with an extremely high profit margin, simply because they think it's cool. All right. I never get enough of that. I am endlessly amused and puzzled by the behavior of the viewers, some of the viewers. And I can't wrap my mind around it. It doesn't make any sense to me why somebody would make their life harder and would spend more than they have to, when they could spend less to make their life easier, but they'd rather spend more or spend nothing to make their life harder. But that's their life and that's their choice. But it puzzles me. Now, that has nothing to do with my sister or this build. That's just an offshoot of the consequences of the comments that I inevitably get at the end of these videos, where there's some viewers that are going to drool over this cooler and talk about how it's worth it. And there's going to be other viewers that are going to say, why in the world would someone spend that kind of money for that? Who's looking at the inside of their computer? And people do. There are people, they get a nice bit of chemical serotonin boost or something out of their brain every time they look at it, and it brings them joy. So be it. If that's their thing, that's their thing. This is a market. They sell a lot of them, so it's not like it's only a few people that feel that way. A lot of people really like those lights. Now, I have them here on this machine because I have a YouTube channel. That's not for me. That's basically clickbait. It's a way for people to see it in a thumbnail, or they scroll through the video and they go, oh, that looks cool. They click on it. As a YouTube content creator, I get paid by, somebody clicking on the video. They can even hit the dislike button. It doesn't matter. I'm paid the same, but I'm not paid if they don't click on the video. So like if they want to click on every one of my videos to give me dislikes, to punish me, they're actually rewarding me by boosting up my revenue and my view stats. So this is what I'm talking about with human behavior, and how somebody who's a very logical person like me, I'm sort of amused and puzzled at the same time, because I find the behavior to be pointless. The reason I bring this up, and it's not meant to belittle anybody or to make fun of anybody, but it's simply to make those of you aware, if you're considering buying something like this, you're not buying a better cooler. This isn't going to cool any better than a cooler of less than half of the price. The warranty is the same, and its life will be the same. Most liquid coolers have an average lifespan of 4 years. That means some liquid coolers may only last 2 years, and others may last 6 or 7 or 8. But on average, at least in my experience, and you can verify that here in the channel, we've had a couple of computers come back where we installed the liquid coolers, and then a couple years goes by and the computer comes back and it turns out the liquid cooler died. That happened on the Cosmos 2 build, which was in 2013, and it came back for a bad cooler that was a liquid cooler in around 2016, 2017, if I remember correctly. We've got this one. This was built in 2020, the summer of 2020, and here we are in the spring of 2022, and the cooler's bad. It has to be replaced. I'm hoping by going with a bigger name brand like CORSAIR that we're less likely to experience an earlier failure than the lesser known, less expensive brands. However, there's just your warranty, right? I'd say there's no guarantee, but there kind of is, there's a warranty. And, Silverstone will gladly replace the cooler for me under warranty. And that, in fact, the folks at Silverstone will send me another cooler But the problem is I need it today. I need to get this computer done, and I need to get it out the door tomorrow. So we went on Amazon, we got the cooler ordered, and had it delivered today. I would have started this video earlier, but somehow Amazon knows when I'm going to go live. So they wait till the end of the day to deliver those packages. It's like a Murphy's Law. I don't know what's going on, but it's happening way too often. If it's a package I don't care about, it's there waiting for me when I wake up. But if it's a package I need for a video, it's going to be 6 or 7 o'clock at night before it shows. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is, and that's why today's video started so late. I can't postpone this till tomorrow because if there's any issues with getting it installed or cable management, then it won't be able to get delivered on time. Now, that won't be the end of the world if it wasn't delivered on time, but it's my personal preference because I have other things to do. I'd like to get this done and move on to other projects I have going on. And those projects have to be put aside as I do this one. And those projects that I was doing probably put aside a different one so I could do those. So I am massively backlogged in work. And I'm just trying to do whatever I can accomplish first. It doesn't really matter, for me anyway. There's not a priority on a specific system so much as there is a priority on doing the simple things first. Whatever can get the product out of the building is the product or is the machine I'm going to work on. If something's going to take an estimated longer period of time, I'm going to postpone it and do something that I can finish quicker so I can at least feel a sense of accomplishment to motivate me to keep going. Nothing's more discouraging than being stuck on one machine for days on end as other machines pile up behind it. So when I have a machine that's going to require longer than normal amount of labor, you'll often see I put that off to do other things that I can get done and get them out. And then once those things are done, then I'll come back to the thing that's going to be the time suck, if you will, and focus on getting that done. And those customers, they didn't like that, but it's just one of me, and I'm trying to be as efficient as I possibly can be. And it's not fair to the rest of the customers to have 6 or 7 customers be delayed because of one. I'd rather that one's going to get delayed and have one upset customer who has to wait than to deal with 6 who have to wait because of that one. So that's the logic, and it may not be the right logic, but that's just how I choose to run my business. And being a business owner gives me the freedom to make those decisions on what I think is best for the business. And it also is sort of a mood thing, right? Emotionally, it can be pretty tedious to work on something for day after day after day and feel like you're not getting anything done. And so for me to get what I need in my own fulfillment, I have to figure out a process where I'm not spending too much time in any individual machine because there's too many other machines and it gets a little disparaging. So that's why you might see a certain order of these videos and why something like the Big Beast build would take months to complete, whereas something like this can be in and out in 2 days. Or why I might get frustrated if somebody improperly ships a computer. It's not that I'm mad at them. I'm frustrated that something that could have been a quick and easy repair has now become complicated because the case was damaged and they don't make the case anymore, and I have to figure out where I can get another case or how I'm going to resolve the case, and that could take weeks. And when you add in the weeks of shipping, we're now talking about months. And I know in that moment when I realize what's going to happen for this machine to get fixed because it arrived with unexpected damages, and the whole thing has to be completely disassembled and then completely reassembled over a repair that would have required a simple RAM module installation, for example. I have a bad attitude because I know that machine's going to stick around here for a couple of months, and it's never going to leave here until I invest the time to sort through replacing the case and doing the labor to completely disassemble and reassemble what I had already assembled. And for that reason, I've invited people who are looking for computer repairs or upgrades, if they're local, to contact me. I am discouraging people from sending me things unless they're already an existing customer. My preference is to not do that anymore because people are not having them packed properly, and it's ending up costing me money in the sense of time. And then the customers are like, look, if I'd have known you were going to have my computer for 2.5 months, I wouldn't have sent it. And I'm okay with that. I'm like, yeah, if I would have known it was going to take 2.5 months, I wouldn't have told you to send it. But because you didn't send it the way I told you to, it got damaged, and now it's all on me. All the burden falls on me now because the customer in their own impatience has created a lot more labor for me. And so, of course, I'm going to take care of my customer, whatever it takes, I'll take care of them, but they're going to wait because I have other customers waiting. And if they're going to need something much, much simpler and quicker, I want to take care of them first and push that other machine off to the side. And that's kind of the downside of being self-employed. A lot of people think, you know, what am I going to do to find work? But very few people think about what are you going to do if you get too much work? And I think that's a worthwhile consideration to have a contingency plan for if you're sincere about wanting to be successful in being self-employed. You better plan for how you're going to manage your time. I don't do a very good job at it. I don't know what I'm going to do from day to day. I have no idea. It's pretty rare. Yesterday, I knew I was going to do this today, but if this didn't show up, my plans were going to change. And if the phone rings and it's my customer, and that did happen today, and they're having a problem, then whatever I had planned has to stop so I can handle that problem for a paying customer. And you know, that's why I get paid, right? That's the job. And I enjoy my job, but it is very stressful and it's very much chaotic. It's sort of a fly by the seat of my pants. I never know what's coming, and I'm always the best prepared I can be. And so far, I've been able to not have to hire anybody. I've hired people for help, but I've not been able to hire anybody full-time because there hasn't been enough work to generate a second full-time person. And to find the work is in and of itself work. So if I'm out finding the work, I can't be here doing the work. You understand what I'm saying? And now I'm responsible for somebody else's salary. That's on my shoulders, and that's my burden, and I don't want that burden. So the work I've had assistance or help with has been contractual based, and you know, I just don't know from day to day what's going to happen, who's going to call, and what the request is going to be. There are certain times where things are expected. I knew when the lockdown went into effect with the pandemic that things were going to get busy for remote access. That was easily predictable. I knew that people were going to call for computers and web cameras and stuff like that. I knew I was going to get calls from people who have computers that are too old and they're going to have problems doing the Zoom meetings and such, with their internet connections being the cheapest one they could buy, not having enough upload bandwidth, and calling me asking why their upload or why their video stinks. I already knew that was coming. But there's a lot I don't know is what's coming, and that is when a customer, especially one that I do managed services on, calls with an issue. I don't know that there was going to be an issue that day. I don't know that the server's going to die tomorrow. I do preventive maintenance in order to avoid that from happening, and while that puts the odds in my favor and it doesn't happen often, there's still things beyond our control, right? Parts do fail, thieves do steal, fires do happen, floods occur. I've had stories where a customer calls me because a car careened off the road and smashed into their building and crashed into the computer, stuff like that. And it's never, you could just get around to that when you have time. We need this yesterday. You need to get over here now. As though I'm just sitting here staring at my phone going, ring, damn you, ring. And I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking at the phone. You know, when you're self-employed, that's the other thing that kind of stinks, is you'll get people calling trying to pick your brain, and they don't realize they're taking you away from work. And that's why if you were to call your doctor or your dentist, you're probably not going to talk to the doctor or the dentist on the phone. They have gatekeepers to shield them from the phone calls and the people that want to ask them a million questions. And they have the lovely excuse of saying, you know, the person answers the phone, I don't know the answer to your question, I'm not a doctor, right? So that the customer doesn't get angry that you're withholding information. So if you're working for yourself and you're answering your own phone, you're going to have people that are going to want to pick your brain for free as long as you allow it. And if you don't allow it, then you're rude and you're a jerk. But if they were never a paying customer, who cares? I had a customer call who apparently wanted to joke around with me on the phone, and I don't know who they are. And I was in the car driving, and I was driving to a customer's location that was really stressed out and really desperately needed me over there. It was very serious. Traffic was a nightmare. People were driving like animals, like they normally do. It was over 100 and some odd degrees outside. It was miserably hot. And this person calls me. I've never talked to them before. I don't know where they got my number, and I don't know if the whole thing was supposed to be something for a radio station or a prank call. But I didn't entertain it 1 minute. And so when the guy started to joke around, I made it clear that I was very busy and I would be glad to help them if we could just get to what the situation is, what the budget is, or what it is we're trying to accomplish. And they said, well, that's a bit unprofessional of you to talk to me that way. And I said, well, I'm very busy and I have a process, and it's the same process for everybody. I'm not talking to you any differently than I talk to anybody else. And if you'd like my help, this is the process. It's more efficient that way so that we can get through this. I've got other people waiting. I've got calls on hold, and I'm in the car driving. So what can I help you with? And they said, they started to joke again. And I said, I don't have time for this. Have a nice day. And I hung up on them. So if that was like a radio station playing a prank call, I can't imagine that would be aired back, because there was nothing funny about it. And it was a very short call. I give the person a chance to straighten up and fly. You don't know me well enough to joke with me, and it's very disrespectful to think I got all day on the phone for somebody who's not a paying customer. They were fishing, and if I got nothing else going on and I feel like entertaining that, that's fine. But without having the gatekeeper to answer the phone for me, well, that's something else that keeps me distracted from work. So if you want to be self-employed, you got to keep this big picture in mind and prepare for it. I didn't, and I hope that by sharing it with you, if it's something you decide to pursue, that you can put a process in place to avoid that scenario from ever occurring. Because to this day, I still answer my own phone. There are phone services that are relatively cheap I could hire, but if a client calls me with an emergency, and they're a real client, I absolutely want to be the one that answers the phone. So if I get rid of those managed service clients, then that would be a different story. But I consider that a part of what they're paying for. And yeah, I could get a second number just for those customers. I mean, if I really sat down and thought about it, I'm sure I could solve it. But all that takes me away from actually working. So no matter what I do to deal with the problem and try and solve the problem, it has the same result of distracting me from the work. As I've sat here and talked for a half an hour about my distractions, which in and of itself is a distraction. Thank you to the contributors here in the chat room. We've got $10 from Don Allen, and Don said, here's a little bit for you to use as you see fit. Well, thank you, Don. Ryan Grady contributes $5, says, hello, Carey and chat. Hope everyone is doing great. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan has sent me a few items that I had on my want list for Amazon, and a couple of flashlights, some tools, and I picked up a few of them, and then I think a few more have arrived, but I won't be over to Studio A for another week or two. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate the continued generosity from Ryan, who has contributed quite a lot in parts that have been used in videos and as content for videos. So thank you so much, Ryan, for your generosity and thoughtfulness. Roy Starman contributes $5. Thank you to Roy Starman. Also a shout out, I see Kelly Stewart in the chat, and Kelly is always sending Amazon gift cards, and that's always appreciated, and I always send a thank you. And Kenny Whidden has contributed in the past, and I just want you to know I appreciate all of you, and even just your participation in the chat room. That doesn't have to be a financial contribution. Just your participation and your kindness is appreciated. So thank you to all of you. Now, with all of the gratitude out of the way, let's unbox this cooler. We're going to have to take this air cooler off. We put it on because we wanted to verify there wasn't anything else wrong. It could be a bad temperature sensor or something going on. Well, that wasn't the case. It definitely was a cooler problem. We've absolutely confirmed that information, and it absolutely had to come out. For a while, I wasn't sure if maybe the radiator was clogged with dust, and it was a very simple fix. No, it was bad. And, parts go bad. It's not saying anything bad about Silverstone. It's the only one I have. If I had 10 of them and 6 of them went bad, then I'd be able to tell you not recommended. But I only had one, and that one went bad early. So I'm not going to falsely come to a conclusion, as most people do on the internet, and conclude that the entire line is bad. I think that's a disservice to yourself and to others because you don't have a large enough sample size. I understand that if you've lost your hard-earned money on something, you're going to be emotional about it. But that doesn't necessarily mean the company is inept or that every product they make is bad, because generally speaking, the market won't allow those companies to survive. They won't be able to continue to sell product if their reputation is so bad. Nobody's going to buy it. And if nobody's buying their product, they're going to go out of business. And that's why A lot of companies, if you think back to your childhood, aren't around anymore. It wasn't because they weren't capable of becoming successful, it's because they chose not to. Now, again, with a sample size of 1, it's just not enough data to ascertain a recommended or not recommended buy on it. It was also one of the least expensive coolers on the market. Are those two things related? Maybe not. Maybe not. For all we know, this will last for 6 weeks. We don't know. That's what the warranty is for. Just because it's new doesn't mean it's good. And we're going to have an experience with this, and we'll see how it plays out, because this goes to my sister. And in the future, coming days, if there are any problems with it at any point, I'll know about it. And when I know about it, I'll share it with you. That's what I don't like about most reviews on YouTube, is somebody gets a product for a couple of weeks, maybe. This is particularly offensive in car reviews to me personally. Somebody has a car for a day or two, and they're going to tell you whether or not you should spend $40,000 on this car based on 2 days of use. Preposterous. I would never buy a car based on YouTube reviews. I might buy it based on features I see in the YouTube reviews, but not on any reliability. There's nothing to be established from those YouTube reviews regarding reliability or day-to-day living with the car. So I like to follow up my reviews. Unlike most YouTube channels, I like to follow them up if there's anything to follow up. In 2013, I built my first Intel NUC. And I started updating you guys every year, every April, about how it's been working. And after about the 3rd or 4th year, I was like, I don't need to do this. There's just no new information. To this day, that NUC I built in 2013 is used every day, every single day. And I've never even had to blow the dust out of it. It's required nothing. I haven't upgraded it, I haven't changed it. It's still running today. So I think having that information is critical, because while you might say they don't make that anymore, so what good is knowing how good it used to be? I think it goes to show the quality of workmanship that the manufacturer, which in this case is Intel, puts into their products. So if they made the product that good in 2013, it's reasonable to conclude they made the same level of quality or better in 2014, 15, 16, 17. And I also recently purchased another NUC, a more recent model, just so I can verify that claim. And that model will replace the NUC from 2013 when I have time. But because the model from 2013 continues to work and is used daily, that user cannot go without it. So I have to have the time to replace it, but it's not mission critical unless something happens to that NUC and they can't work. So as long as that NUC continues to function and work as well as it did on day 1, then that customer can continue to do their daily job. The minute they can't do their daily job anymore, it's going to be an emergency, unless I get the new NUC replaced before that happens. And I think I have plenty of time, and I have other more pressing matters. So once again, self-employed, you got to manage and triage the time. All right, let me unbox this and we'll see where we're at here. Thank you to, was it Scott? Scott's in the chat room there. I just turned him blue today. Scott, I think, is in Michigan, Hamilton. And Scott sent in a contribution the other day, and I thank you to Scott as well for your support. I turned a few people blue today, only because you've all been so nice, and I'm so tired of dealing with jerks. I continue to have people come into the comments who've never made a video to tell me how to make a video, or to tell me how to make it better. And I don't even entertain it anymore. I just ban them. You know, if that's the first introduction and how they introduce themselves, and that's the first impression they're going to leave a complete stranger, I'm not interested in anything else they have to say. And then when I come in here and I see friendly people, you seem twice as friendly to me now. So, yeah, there's the world of the internet. You know, these people are a lot of entitled people who somehow think that they're deserving of a certain level of content that meets their expectations, as though the content was made for them, even though they paid nothing for it and no one asked them to watch it. But they want you to know what they think in a negative or a challenging way, and I'm just not going to have it, folks. I'm not having it. There's nothing in it for me. So again, that just makes me appreciate the kind people even more. So we should probably thank the jerks. In a twisted sort of logic, it's given me absolute renewed perspective and value on people choosing to be kind. And if they have something critical to say, they can keep it to themselves, because there's nothing good that's going to come from it other than getting yourself banned. There's certainly friendly ways to have suggestions for improvement, but talking as though you're coming from a place of experience when you're not, talking to somebody who does, it's like shouting from the rooftops, you're ignorant and you want the world to know. It's very strange. So the first thing we have in the box here is our safety and warranty guide, which, you know, can go over there. And then we've got a little foam cushion there. And inside, packed like every liquid cooler I've ever seen, we've got sort of this egg carton kind of material where everything is seated in, that's placed in the box right here. And so the box can go over there. And again, like every liquid cooler, regardless of who makes it and regardless of how much or how little it costs, we have the same layout. We have the fans, and we have the radiator, which is automatically sealed and loaded with fluid. It is not user serviceable. It is meant for you to just install and use. It does have a limited lifespan, where an air cooler does not. We've got a bag of mounting screws and mounting brackets for different AMD CPUs and different Intel CPUs, depending on which CPU you're trying to cool. You are going to have spare parts left over. Otherwise, imagine how difficult it would be for you to pick the right cooler if you had to buy it specific to the socket type you had. It would make it very confusing for most people. So they include a bunch of different screws and brackets for different models of motherboards and socket types, so it can work universally regardless. Here we've got a what appears to be a USB splitter, USB 2 splitter. I don't know why, but we'll find out as we get into this. This is my first experience with this cooler. And unfortunately for me, and I did not know this when I recommended this cooler, we have one of those, you recognize this from the Big Beast build. This is one of those CORSAIR fan controllers, or RGB hubs, which is going to add to the nightmare of cable management, only because I've got to find a place to put this big block, and it usually has to get stuck on with some double-sided sticky tape. And we don't have a lot of room back here to place this. Although I suppose I could probably remove one of those 2.5-inch drive bay mounting brackets. I hate to do that, but I might not have a choice. And it really makes the cable management a nightmare. But most RGB is going to double or sometimes even triple the amount of cable management you have to do. On the Big Beast build, I worked on that a little over 4 hours just on cable management and went through over 70 different nylon zip ties. And when I was done with it, I still wasn't happy with it. It was better, but I felt like if I had more time and I wasn't so pressed for time, I could have done a much better job. But I really didn't get in this line of work to cable tie cables. I got in the line of work to build, repair, and upgrade computers. And I'm kind of like the surgeon. I want to come in and I want to do the surgery. You prep the patient, you stitch up the patient. When I'm done, I'm going to move on to the next machine and use my skill and my experience to do actual work. It doesn't take a lot of skill or experience to do cable management. There's no rules. You just kind of make it look good, whatever looks good to you. There's some people have asked me, could you make a video on cable management? Well, no, of course not. Every build in the PC world is different. So if you have a different power supply, you have different number of cables and a different length of those cables. And depending on which case you have, if you're working on a different case, you may not have the opportunity to cable manage in the way that I do. And then, of course, what motherboard and what hardware, if you've added a video card or 2 video cards. It creates millions of possibilities of variables that will differ from one PC to the next. And so all you can do is kind of use your own judgment to what you think looks good and to experiment a little. Try moving the cables here, try moving the cables there, and figure out what your preferences are. There's no way to get it wrong unless you cause damage in the process. So for that reason, there's never going to be a cable management video on this channel other than perhaps showing you a specific build with specific hardware cable managed in a specific way that I prefer, but there's no rules. Now the block on this is pretty large. It's a pretty big block. And I could kind of tell that from the picture on Amazon, on the Amazon page, which is also linked in the video notes below the video if you're interested in buying one. And it looks like we've got some tape over this, some kind of a plastic seal that needs to come off. We have thermal compound already applied. That's a nice touch. This little plastic cover is on here in order to keep this thermal compound clean. So you're not touching it with your fingers and you're not getting any contamination of dust or, you know, you set it on the counter and it comes off on your counter. And not only is it hard to get off the counter, but that's precious when it comes to keeping your CPU cool. So if you've removed it, then there's that much less you have and it won't be as effective and you've got a mess to clean up. So we're going to keep that little plastic cover on there until it's time to mount the block so that we don't disrupt that pre-applied thermal compound. And we don't have to worry about applying too much or too little because it's already applied. We don't have to worry about filling the pump. It's already done. Filling the pump is not like putting gas in your car. The pump needs to run, and obviously you don't want the computer running. So they usually make these little adapters some power supplies come with. I know I've got a few. Anyway, you take the plug off the motherboard and you plug a little loop back on it, and that forces the power supply into a power on position. So it's literally turned on and the fan is running on the power supply. That'll run the pump so you can then start filling the fluid and then getting it pumped through the lines and the radiator, moving it around to get the air out of the system. And then you got to deal with leaks and you got to deal with algae buildup and stuff. With a sealed all-in-one system, you don't have any of that. So stuff like this you do not need to have. So it makes the job a lot easier. Also, those all-in-ones, you have to custom cut the tubing and you have to custom do each fitting, and they cost a lot more money. So if you think this is expensive, build your own. Go to one of those companies, WK, what was it? I can't think of the name of the company, that makes open loop systems, and you can easily spend $600 or $700 just on your cooling system and add another 5 or 6 hours of labor into it. Roy Starman contributed $10. Again, he says, Corsair actually sent me another bracket set after I lost the ones for Intel with no charge. A while back, I was tightening the thumb screws on a Corsair cooler, and I had the torque setting too high on the screwdriver, and I snapped the end of the bolt off inside of the thumb screw. And I wrote to Corsair support and I explained the situation, and I'd be happy to pay for a new set. And they sent me a brand new set, not just one, they sent me the whole set free of charge. So Corsair has had great customer support. I've sent RAM back to Corsair. I've had front panel headers for the 200R. They've mailed me several of those, and never have they ever charged me. And they're usually pretty quick with the turnaround. So you maybe pay a little bit more for the name brands versus the generic brands, but in return you have that peace of mind that if something were to go wrong, which is also less likely with the big brands, that they're going to take care of you in that rare circumstance, which the smaller brands don't necessarily do, but you'll find out, right? I won't say the smaller brands are universally all not as good with support. Some may be better than others, but you're going to have to find out the hard way either way. If you want to buy the lesser brand, you get what you pay for. So there's always, you're going to be paying one way or another, or you're going to be rolling a dice. I mean, if you're a gambler and you like to roll dice, don't let me get in your way. I try to run a business, and if you want to try and run a business by rolling dice, that might work for a while, but it's likely not sustainable over a long period of time. Jason Willis contributes $5. He says, here's some Gatorade money, sir. Hey, that's great. Now, if I could just find some Gatorade, that would be great. Remember those grocery stores I said that are all looking for help? Yeah, Gatorade shelves are empty, at least with the lemon lime. It's just gone. I go about 3 times a week, either to Walmart or one of the local markets. I was at Walmart the other day. They had one of those 12 packs left, just one. And I was there about 2 days before, and they had a bunch of it, but I was in Walmart to grab something and go, and I didn't grab a cart, and I didn't walk all the way to the back of the front of the store to grab a cart, walk all the way back to the back of the store where the Gatorade was. I figured, it'll be there next time. It wasn't. Just 2 days later, it was all wiped out, and I was lucky I got one. So I appreciate it. Now, if I could just find the Gatorade. When it was there, I wasn't ready to buy it. When I'm ready to buy it, it's not there. Barry Klein contributes $10. Thank you, Barry. What are you going to do? You know? Murphy's Law. It's alive and well. I just want to take this plastic off here because it's bugging me. Patrick's pointing me to Amazon for buying Gatorade online. You know, a couple of years ago, I was looking at Amazon to buy the Gatorade, and it was cheaper at that time for me to order the Gatorade, the same exact 12-pack, which is pretty heavy, and have it delivered to my door than it was for me to get in the car and go to the grocery store and buy it. How maddening is that? I think it was 50 cents cheaper. So these Gatorade 12-packs, they used to be $5.99 at Walmart. Now they're $6.49 at Walmart, and they're $7 or more at most markets. Or they started cutting the 12-packs in half. Well, I shouldn't say that. They do have a different barcode, but they have a little 6-pack, which is the same bottle and everything, and they want $5.50, $4.50 or $5.50, depending on the day of the week for the 6-pack. So here I was thinking, you know, Coca-Cola wasn't really satisfying me like it used to, and thought Gatorade with the, what do they call that? Electrolytes, that would be better for me. Not only is it not better for me, it's more expensive. It's just about the same amount of sugar, and really that's the problem. Last time I had blood work done, the doctor said my electrolytes were off the charts. So I don't know if that's physiological or a result of what I'm eating or drinking. I suspect it's the Gatorade. But that's all right. The Gatorade, it quenches my thirst, where the Coke, well, I still do drink Coca-Cola. It's nowhere near as refreshing as it used to be to me. It doesn't satisfy me, so I just get the little cans, and maybe one little can a day. Sometimes not even one. It just really, if I can get it out of a fountain machine, I prefer Coca-Cola out of a fountain machine, but it's not real practical here. It means I have to get in the car and go somewhere. I'm still trying to peel this plastic off, and I don't know why they made it so difficult. Do you have to take the plastic off? I can guarantee you there are people that have installed these, a lot of people, and left the plastic on because they didn't know they're supposed to remove it. It probably doesn't hurt anything, but what it does is it'll start to bubble and turn yellow over time, and it makes the cooler look awful. And then when it comes in for service and I see it, I take the plastic off, and it makes the cooler look like brand new. And I often tell people, if you want to do that, go right ahead, but all you're really doing is making it look perfect for the next guy you sell it to, if you're going to, you know, end up selling it. It's going to look just like brand new when the person you sell it to takes that plastic off, because it'll be completely untouched by you or the elements for the very first time. So it looks exactly like new. I think the person who's paying for it should appreciate the beauty of it and take the plastic off. And sometimes, depending on what we're talking about, like heat sinks may be covered in plastic with a company logo. That can actually cause the heat sink to not dissipate heat as well if you leave the plastic on, and can lead to a computer running hotter. I haven't heard of anything overheating, but it definitely runs hotter as a result of that extra insulator. The only reason they put the plastic on there is to prevent it from any scratches during the shipping process, or possibly even during the boxing process in manufacturing. People are going to complain if it's got a scratch or a ding in it and send it back an otherwise perfectly functioning cooler. They wrap it around a little, 1/10 of a cent piece of plastic, and then you avoid those expensive, costly returns where you have to test everything and then sell it at a discount if it's all functional, and mark it as a scratch and dent, even though the scratch may be only visible from a certain angle and certain light and completely invisible when it's installed. But that's just the way people are, and this is how manufacturers respond to that. Patrick Russo said the Gatorade's $25 for a 24-pack. So a 24-pack should cost about $14 or $15. But you can imagine how heavy that is, and somebody's going to have to ship it. Somebody's got to pick it up, put it in a truck, and then take it out of the truck and bring it to my front door. Is that worth $10? I don't know. Brett Hibbs says, that happened to me too, Carey. 20 years ago, I had a blood test, and they said my electrolytes were off the charts, and it was from drinking Gatorade. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? The Greek says Gatorade stopped making the 32-ounce to sell 28-ounce. You know what? I don't like the bigger bottles. They're not as comfortable in my hands, but they're cheaper. So this is one of those weird OCD things. But on occasion, if I can't find the little bottles, but I can find the larger bottles, they are much cheaper. And I will take these bottles as I finish them, and rather than put them in the recycle bin, I'll simply take the larger bottle and pour it in. And I can fill 1.5 bottles with, not that you guys care, but since we're talking about it, the next size up, before you get to those super wide ones, the next size up are these 20 ounces. And with that, these are much cheaper than these. And I can fill this up 1 3/4 times with that one. So I'll keep this in the refrigerator, and when I start running low on these little bottles, I like the weight and the way it fits my hand. It's comfortable. I also think the opening's a little smaller. So all of that is appealing to me. So I can accommodate my weirdness and save a little bit of money at the same time, while also solving the problem of what to do when they run out. Couldn't you just drink it out of the bigger bottle? Of course. I just don't want to. Why not? I don't know. It's just weird. It's my preference, you know. There's a whole situation with the can or the bottle. It's just like those tiny Cokes. I like how it fits in my hand better. It's smaller. I also like that it forces me to drink less of it because, you know, hey, I've had a can of Coke today. Oh, regular can Coke? No. It's a tiny can. So that helps me cut back on it. And if I feel like I don't want the rest of it, I'm not wasting as much by dumping the rest down the sink. If it was a bigger can, I'd be wasting more. Even though the bigger cans cost less. For those little 10-pack of Coca-Cola tiny cans, those are like $4.50 for 10 of those cans versus 12 standard 12-ounce cans, which is a third larger, that are $4 or sometimes on sale, 3 for $12. Well, I guess that's $4. Sometimes they're a little cheaper than that too. So it's not always economical, but it kind of forces me to have a better understanding of the quantities that I'm ingesting, for lack of a better explanation. Patrick's asking about the Gatorade powder. Yeah. You know, the Gatorade powder's fine. It's more work. It's messy. You know, powder gets everywhere. If you knock the can over, good luck getting that cleaned up. Get a vacuum cleaner and get it all off the floor. It would do in a pinch if I was desperate, but if I'm not desperate, I'd rather not. These are the magnetic levitation fans. These don't have bearings. This is quite interesting, at least that's my understanding, is you basically have opposing magnets in that the fan kind of floats. When these initially came out, the boasting point was that they should last forever because there's nothing to wear out, but they were really loud and it was hard to control their speeds. They were less precise. They've improved since then, and we'll see how they sound and what they look like. But yeah, no bearings. You know that when I take the leaf blower out, and these paranoid people who believe in nonsense tell me I'm going to ruin the bearings on a fan, and no matter what I say, they don't listen, they don't believe me, they believe somebody else who has no proof, but I have proof, and they don't believe me, but they believe the person who doesn't. Well, with magnetic lev fans, there's no bearings, and that argument's dead. You don't have to, it doesn't matter now about what your feelings of bearings are, because there are none. Okay. I'm always trying to find a way to get through to people there you go. Well, to get through to some people, not necessarily you. Michael Dane says his doctor told him to drink Gatorade because his electrolytes are low because of the medication he's on. Well, certainly. I would love for a doctor to recommend I drink Gatorade. They haven't. Wesley says he got done washing the Mustang Roush. Ooh, somebody's got more money than me. I've seen those Mustang Roush on the lot a couple of years ago, you know, when they used to have cars on the lot. Whew, boy, those are expensive. $60,000 to $110,000 for a Mustang. Holy cow. But you can give me a ride in yours because I don't want to pay the insurance on that bad boy or the gas. I'm sure it eats gas. But they're fast cars. John Famler says, hey all, I just learned something new about bearingless using magnets. Thanks. Yeah, those are the ML or magnetic levitation fans from CORSAIR. The Greek says, clumsy people should avoid the Gatorade powder. You know, you don't have to be clumsy, right? Unless you're a robot, you are a human being who's prone to making a mistake, right? Moving your hand in a way that didn't realize a can was there, and it only takes once. It doesn't mean every time you're knocking something down. But certainly, if you are accident prone, that would probably be best avoided. But even if you're not accident prone, it's still something I don't deal with when it's already pre-mixed. And I just want to look through the chat room here before we start working on this. I've got everything unboxed. We've got everything out here, and I'm just kind of want to take it easy tonight and enjoy our conversation while I work, like every other time I do these videos. If I didn't want to conversate with people, I would just go ahead and make the video offline and post it. I think some people come in here, usually people that aren't familiar with the channel, and they're like, when's he going to do this and when's he going to do that? And they're missing the whole point of what this video is about, which is about community. And it frustrates me to no end that they don't get it, that they're so much going to defend their personal ignorance. They refuse to understand the concept of what this video is. And if it's not what they want it to be, they're upset, which is sort of like being upset that the earth is round or the sky is blue. It's very strange behavior. I seem to be focused on that today for some reason. I think I've experienced some odd behaviors today from some viewers, and it's kind of sticking with me for some reason. It's a frustration that comes with content creation. It has nothing to do with my customers. It has nothing to do with my business, and it's got nothing to do with the process of making videos. It is the consequence of having made the video that is now available for anybody in the world to watch, and enables them, it empowers them to display their madness. And then I have to deal with it. And again, that's not something it's normally a problem. Lately, in the chat room, we've always had a lot of like-minded individuals who get what I'm doing and are a wonderful part of this whole community and this whole thing I'm doing. So again, I appreciate you guys. Hey, there's Gianni. Reverend John O'Toole joins us. He says, too much potassium found in energy drinks can overstress the kidneys. 30 days in the hospital with failed kidneys. Wish all is well. Well, I hope you're feeling better, John. Nothing like dialysis to sap your energy, but thank goodness we have that technology. Otherwise, where would you be, right? So while I'm sad you're in the hospital, I am glad you're at the place that can help you to feel better. Well, my throat's getting dry. And keep you with us. And we're glad you're here with us. John in the chat. So we talk about ignorance, right? So John in the chat says, it appears a custom-built PC is highly unreliable based on the number of PCs built on this channel that need to be repaired. So the number of PCs built, I'm trying to think on this channel, it's got to be somewhere around 300, I think. And those are just the ones I filmed. It might be more than 300. The vast majority of repairs are coming from other people. There's not very many repair videos on this channel. There are far more build videos and upgrade videos. But just to address this, when somebody says it appears, what it means is they don't have any information other than their emotional, instinctive reaction to incomplete information, that they are filling the gaps with negative answers rather than positive ones, rather than actually verifying anything before they say it. This is a very common behavior online. And I don't know why people do this, but if you actually looked at the number of videos I've done of builds and looked at the number of repairs that are of the builds I did, I think there might be 10 or 12 out of 300. I think that's pretty good. The rest of the repairs were not machines I built. A lot of the repairs are, in fact, pre-built machines. So why anybody would assume that the repairs are custom builds only, again, there's this weird mentality where people just refuse or won't acknowledge that any research should be done before making such bold statements. And then they choose to make the statement negative when it would take as much energy to make the statement positive, or to just keep it to themselves and perhaps, you know, think, oh, maybe I'll pay more attention to how many repairs he's doing and how many builds he's doing before I open my mouth and make myself look like a complete idiot. But this is the internet, and people somehow get off on displaying themselves as fools. I don't know why this is. I don't know when I was growing up, if you displayed yourself as a fool, you were shamed. But people seem to enjoy shame now, and I just find that to be weird. And so here I am making videos, you know, free of charge, helping people as much as I can to share 30 years of experience. And there's got to be somebody coming in that wasn't asked to watch a video and find something negative or disparaging or critical to say when this may be the first video they ever watched, and that's their first impression and how they've met me. And what do you think if you were me and somebody walked up to you and that was the first thing that came out of their mouth? Not hi, how are you, or asking some questions, but coming to incomplete and inaccurate conclusions based on a lack of information that they filled in with their imagination in order to fit the agenda that they decided was going to be negative. It's just very, very strange. You know, when I started this video, I said I've been in business for over 30 years. How's that possible if everything I build breaks? I mean, it didn't make any sense. I also said that businesses will go out of business. If they make crap products, people are going to stop buying them. Reputation gets damaged. There's often no recovery from that. So attrition is the true test of what is true, what is real. And these things, these scam artists and con artists, they can get away with it for a little while, but they can't sustain it over a period of time. If somebody's been sustaining a career for decades, they must be doing something right, more so than doing something wrong. And the vast majority of builds I do, you never see here on the channel again unless they're going to be upgraded 8 to 12 years later. And there's certainly been a number of upgrade videos where I'm showcasing computers that were built as much as a decade ago that have never come in for repair. And that person failed to mention that too. So, you know, welcome to this side of the camera, folks. This is your reward for trying to help people and to go through the time and the expense of creating the content and sharing the knowledge, because you've got people in the world that just are entitled, and apparently they know more than you, but it's too bad I'm the successful one with the YouTube channel and they're not. The world's such an unfair place, isn't it? How unfair that the guy who actually does the work and succeeds at it is the one with the YouTube channel with all the viewers, and the person complaining has no YouTube channel and no viewers and nobody knows who they are. Boy, the world's a messed up place. So unfair. But hey, you know, bring it on. I got all night. It's just weird. What would possess somebody to say something so negative in a free forum in a friendly community is bizarre. It just doesn't make any sense to me. If you don't like it, just go somewhere else. It's very strange. Anyway, negative comments don't change reality, right? I mean, I keep saying I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, because there's this mentality that if you just keep saying it, it's true. Well, I'm not a millionaire, and I'm going to keep saying it because somehow that's the way the world works now. We'll just make up stuff. It doesn't matter if it's true. If we say it enough, it'll become true. I wasn't raised with that mentality. I think it's a bit mental, and I think people need help. But I can't help everybody, and I don't even know where to start with that whole idea that, you know, if you just keep repeating it, I don't have cancer, I don't have cancer, I don't have cancer. You know, if only life was that easy. All right, let's take this cooler out of here now that I'm done pontificating on the bizarre intellectual behaviors of people who rely more on imagination than reality, and it'll actually do some work, unlike them. All right. It's lovely to subject myself to that disrespectful behavior from people who won't even give me a nickel. They'll take what I'm offering and then complain about it. I love it. Am I taking the wrong screw out? I am. I gotta go over here. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm taking the fan screw out instead of the fan bracket. This is why I should wear my glasses. I'm gonna set this case down so this cooler doesn't fall onto the graphics card. That's an RTX 2080 in there, and that would suck if I let that cooler drop because I wanted you guys to have an angle of it, which you probably can't see anyway. There we go. Now I can see. These AMD stock coolers have the weirdest sound of the screws through their brackets. It's very unique. I could hear it and tell you you're removing an AMD cooler. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. It's just something that is different. It's a bit unusual. So there's our cooler, and then I got to make sure I got that other screw put back in that I was mistakenly removing. Because I'm not a robot. I am a human being, despite what rumors there are. And sometimes I make mistakes, and in doing so, I learn. So if you don't make mistakes, you're not learning. But if all you do is make mistakes, you're not learning. So hopefully you got a nice little balance of, you know, mistakes should be like pepper. You know, you have a little bit sprinkled around. It shouldn't be the main course. Let me grab a paper towel and let me get this thermal compound off of the heatsink here so that I can put it away and it won't get this stuff all over furniture and wherever I'm going to put it. You know, this stuff is really hard to get off of anything it gets on. Even if you get it on your hands, it's hard to remove. Now, I don't need to clean it with rubbing alcohol until I'm going to reuse it, because just having it sit on the counter, it's going to accumulate dust. So it's going to need to be cleaned anyway. There's no point in cleaning it now. But what I want to make sure is that I won't get any of this thermal material on the furniture, even on the shelf or on neighboring parts. Again, it is difficult to get removed. And if you get it on your clothes, it will stain them. Ask me how I know. All right, so I'm going to put this over here and get it out of the way because I don't have a very large workbench, and space is a premium here because I need space for this cooler. And let's see what else we got here. See what I'm missing in the chat. Computer Lens said he's coming to Arizona soon. Yeah, I'd hope so, because if you wait until July or August, this is the last place in the world you'd want to be. It is miserably humid and miserably hot and miserably overcrowded. You combine those three things, it is a miserable place to be. More so in July and August. Rice Star Man says, I normally give away the computers I build after a few years, and they last for almost 3 or 4 years after that. Oh, sure. Thomas wants to know if the fans are quiet. I don't know. I've never used this this cooler model before, and I think I'm trying to think if the Big Beast build fans, which were CORSAIR, were maglev fans. So the maglevs are MLs. I think I was using LL fans, and I don't know what that stands for. But if the CORSAIR fan model begins with ML, that stands for maglev, or magnetic levitation, meaning there's no bearing. And you can Google that if you want to learn more about it. Phil Hoffman says hello in the chat. Hey, Phil. Hello, my friend. Nomadic Nerd says 8-year builds with available parts will be cool. Yeah, all the builds I've been doing lately have been 8-year builds. And, you know, my sister, as I mentioned, owns this computer, but she's got another machine I built that's 3 or 4 years older than this, that's never needed a repair. And she's in no hurry to have this back because she's got the other machine, the older machine. And I'm in a hurry to get it out because I have a bunch of other work. And it's in my way, basically. I've got so many computers, I have to like walk through an obstacle course. It's ridiculous. So it's in my own personal motivation to prioritize this repair because it's relatively simple, and then I can get it out and have it out of the way. And yeah, most builds I do are typically 8-year minimum builds. So that means that you can expect a minimum of 8 years out of the build. Now, there are certain things I can't control, like if a power supply were to go out, if you had a power fluctuation or a brownout, or even if the power supply was mishandled by the delivery in the process of ordering it, and those problems may not show up for a while, depending on the usage of the computer. But I wouldn't be able to stay in business if I was doing a lot of repairs, because most of the repairs I do are under warranty, and that costs me in time and money. And if I'm doing more warranty work that's not leaving me enough time to do paid work, I'd be out of business. So the fact that I'm in business for, you know, over 3 decades, self-employed for 3 decades, and still in the business today, if that's not enough evidence for you, well, you just won't accept facts. So that's just people fixating and digging down in their ignorance. And people, there are people, many people will fight to the death for their ignorance. Putin being one of those people, right? They never admit he's wrong, never admit he's got his information incorrect, or that there's a perspective, you know, once he started something, in his mind, he has to finish it or he's a failure. And it doesn't matter how wrong he is. And so we see a lot of this mentality in uncivilized people in society. As far as I'm concerned, they're just not civilized people. And so, you know, don't try and reason with an unreasonable person, because that would be an unreasonable thing for you to attempt. Best to just move away from them. Thankfully, the earth is a big place, and you can move away from ignorant people. It's easy. Just use your feet or your wheelchair and just move away from them. It's so much easier than trying to speak reasonably to an unreasonable person. Let's see what else we have in the chat. Jose Del Nido says, greetings from Chile. Just out of curiosity, what's the retail price of Gator? We just talked about that, Jose. So these come in a 12-pack at Walmart. They're $6.49, $6.49. They used to be $5.99, but at the market wants another 50 cents or another $1 more than Walmart does usually. And it also depends on the size of Gatorade, but it doesn't matter the flavor. They're all the same price, unless it's the G0 sugar-free Gatorade. That's priced differently, I think. But yeah, the price has gone up and the inventory's gone down due to distribution problems. And so I mean, I went to, where was I? I was at Five Guys the other day, and the Coca-Cola was completely out of both fountain machines. And in the same shopping center, there's another restaurant I went to, and their Coca-Cola was out. They had all the other drinks, and I said, what's up with the Coca-Cola? And they said they're understaffed, and they're servicing their larger customers when they bring the service those fountain machines and supply them with the syrup. And so they're not a high priority, and so they're just getting ignored because they don't have enough staff to make all the deliveries. And so that time, the owner of that restaurant said he was leaving to go to a restaurant supply store to manually buy a box of Coke syrup because he couldn't get it from Coca-Cola because they didn't have enough staff. They would see him when they have time, whenever that was going to be. And in the meantime, he's got a restaurant to run, and he was going to find another source for that syrup. So like I say, the employment situation, it's across the entire nation. And if anybody was ever looking for a job, well, I'll tell you, there's never been a better time to find one, and especially if you want to be a computer technician. I just realized I had that in backwards. All right, let's see what else I'm missing in the chat here. The Greg says, the people who actually build computers here, Carey, understand what you're saying. Ignore the riffraff. Oh yeah, but it's not about that. It's really about me exposing to you. Like if I could take you and put you on this side of the camera, I would love to do that. I would love for you to see it from my eyes so you have a better understanding of what I'm doing. I think a lot of people think I push a button and I go live and everything just flows with no effort, and it's the exact opposite. There's many different things happening. I'm monitoring my audio levels, I'm monitoring my output of my internet connection, and I'm monitoring OBS and how many drop frames I have, and I'm trying to make sure the camera's always in focus and the brightness is set correctly, and that I'm within the frame, and that I'm also trying to focus on my work and carry on a conversation. It's a lot of plate spinning, and then when you get somebody who is just disruptive for no good reason other than I guess they want attention, but they try to stand on your stage and gather attention to themselves, even though they didn't pay an entrance for that, and they should have no expectation other than gratitude or leaving. There's a mental illness, and they don't realize they're mentally ill. You can tell them and they won't believe you. And so there's nothing you can do but ban them and hide them. But while I'm also doing that on top of all the other things, you might wonder what the delays are or what the distractions are to me that you're not seeing. And so I want to make you aware, because you can't experience what I'm experiencing. The best I can do is explain it to you. And then that leads to people saying, well, no, you're just complaining, you're whining. Well, I'm not. I mean, if I was complaining and whining, I'd just turn it off. There's nothing that stops me from reaching over and turning that camera off and never doing another YouTube again. I mean, I've got feet and fingers. I'm self-employed. I've got a computer job for 30 years that I rely on an income from. The YouTube income is like this. It's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad. And it can be taken at any time for any reason at YouTube's discretion, whether I like it or not. So then I got to take abuse from people who I don't even know, who I've never done anything to or taken anything from. And it adds to my frustration, for sure. But I, more importantly, want the people who are watching and who are actually kind human beings to understand that if this is something you're considering doing, creating a YouTube channel, and you want subscribers and you want viewers, there's a negative side to that, because the more popular you get, the more attacked you're going to get. And if they can attack anybody like your spouse or your kids or your parents, they will go after them to get at you. Why? I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. We're not exactly controversial over here, but we do point out some things that people don't want to hear, and it's in their power to not watch. But they decide that they want to bully you. They decide what you can watch, and they decide that they're going to try and take this channel down, even though they're powerless and they're nobody and they're like a little teeny tiny speck because they haven't really done anything with their lives. But they've determined that they're going to take my YouTube channel down because they don't want you to watch me. So you should be very offended by these people, because if it was their way, they would prevent you from watching what you want to watch. Even though they don't have the power or authority to make that decision, they will use tactics in disruption or, usually really bad hacking attempts that are just something they Googled because they're not that intelligent. Honestly, if they were intelligent people, they wouldn't have time for this. And, you know, as a result, we have to tolerate them because their parents didn't raise them properly, and they're using an internet connection on a computer unsupervised when these people should be supervised. In all likelihood, if their parents knew what they were doing, they would likely be punished for it, regardless of their age, unless their parents just gave up on them, which could also be the case. And in some cases, the parents are just like them. You know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But we have this world that can click on something for free and then abuse it out of entertainment. And the reasons behind that are varied, but similar in the fact that it's a mental deficiency, it's an illness, and they're not aware that they're ill. And if you say that they're ill, they're offended by that, and that just makes them angrier. It exasperates their illness. So in any event, my goal is simply to keep you in the loop of what it is on this side of the camera, to try and include you as much as possible. Not just, in most YouTube channels, it's all about what's within this frame. I want to expose what's going on outside of the frame, because I don't think enough people do it. And I think if you realize the challenges YouTube content creators face on a daily basis, and of course the more popular they get, the more challenges exist, you might not want to do it. I mean, it might sound good until you realize the downside of it. There's certainly a novelty to remembering when this channel was much smaller, and I could get to know each and every one of you much better, and I could talk to each and every one of you much more. And as it gets more popular, it's great knowing I can help more people, but I also get more attacks, and I get more disruptors, and I get more losers with nothing else better to do than to harass me because it's their form of entertainment. So when you see this channel go to a membership only where people have to pay, you're going to know why that happened. And there's going to be collateral damage. There's going to be innocent victims that won't be able to watch or participate in these videos. And it's likely that that's going to happen. Because as the channel grows and as the internet grows, this is a problem that's only growing exponentially. It's not going away. It's only getting worse. What I will likely do, and not for a while, but where I can see it coming, is I will charge a membership for the live video participation. And then after the live video is done, then people can watch it for free, and I'll just turn the comments off. And then all the giveaways will only be for members only, and I won't be rewarding abusers. And that way only supporters will receive my support and my gifts, and we won't have to deal with these disruptions from losers with nothing else better to do, because very few people would pay to disrupt. However, if they want to pay to disrupt, I'm okay with it, because as long as they pay, then I would say they have a right to do it. But if they're not paying, then I don't think they have a right to do anything other than leave if they don't like what they're seeing. If you don't like a YouTube channel, stop watching it. Trying to shut it down is offensive, because you are not a person who has been gifted with the authority to make decisions on behalf of others. And those others should come at you like an angry mob if they find out who you are. That's what would happen. So they're not even realizing the dangerous position they're putting themselves in if they're exposed. And you know, there are people that passionately follow creators and will go to extreme efforts to protect their creators. And these disruptors, it's all fun and games until they're busted, or until a vigilante takes it upon themselves to do something on behalf of the creator they like, which the creator never asked them to do. And this whole other thing erupts out of it, which can turn into a winding up in a courtroom and getting a lawyer. So that's the joy out of making free videos and trying to help the community, is there's always people that are a bit delusioned, and if they take it too far, there's some serious consequences, generally for everybody. But I'm going to try and keep doing what I'm doing for free as long as I can, until I've had enough. And when I've had enough, I won't shut it down. I'll just do the live videos for members only to participate. That's all. That's all. Michael Dane wants to know, what do I need to set a video card vertically into one of the vertical slots? You're going to need something called a PCI PCIe extender, but it has to be built specifically to fit your case. So you'll have to look into whether or not the case manufacturer offers that. And if the case manufacturer does not, you hit some Reddit forums or other searches to see maybe if there's a YouTube video of somebody building it. Find out what their parts list is if they're using the same case and motherboard that you're using. It matters to the case, and it matters generally, well, I don't know if it matters to the motherboard. It can. But you know, when I built the big robot's foot computer, I really wanted that video card vertical. I've never been able to successfully build with the video card vertical because I cannot find compatible PCIe extension. I bought 3 different extensions. In fact, Ryan Grady in Nevada sent me one. None of them fit in that Cougar Conquer 2 case, and Cougar doesn't make one. So I had no choice but to put the video card in horizontally. But some cases come with the PCIe extension cable, and most of the time the case manufacturer makes the extension cable because the extension cable has to mount to the case in order to support the video card, and that's where the compatibility issues are, is getting the mounting screws to line up correctly and the length of the cable to be right. So it's not an easy answer to give you other than, you know, I watched a couple videos on the Conquer 2 case from Cougar where people installed the video card horizontally, and most of them didn't discuss it. They didn't list the part. And one person who did list the part, I ordered that part and it didn't fit. And when I played the video back slowly and closely at that part, the holes didn't line up correctly. So he didn't have it installed right. But you couldn't tell visually from a video. You'd have to look at it close up and say, well, the card's off. But for that content creator, it was good enough, apparently, and they never mentioned it. It was kind of hidden in plain sight if you didn't know what to look for. Aaron, Computer Tech, contributes $5. Thank you, Aaron. And Find Me in Hawaii with $5. The Greek with $10. Matt Power with $5. Boy, I missed a bunch here. I'm sorry, guys. And Mark Leonosio contributes $5 from Las Vegas. Thank you so much. Let's make sure all these folks are blue in here, so I appreciate your generosity. Planet Cryos with $10 says, howdy, partner. How are the ones and zeros doing? Can you give a bite response? LOL, hope all is well. Thank you, my friend, as always. And I think that, did it catch me up? Barry Klein contributes $10. Thank you, Barry, as always. Appreciate you guys. You notice the people who contribute aren't the people who are disruptive. Have you noticed that? You putting this together yet? The minute that I charge people, the disruption, like if I force people to pay a membership, I can guarantee all the disruption goes away. And like I said, if it didn't and somebody wanted to pay to disrupt me, I'd be okay with it. like if Mark Baggett or Gainsy95, who both just contributed, you know, wanted to criticize me, I'd say, okay, you paid for the opportunity to throw a tomato at me, you know? Not that they would, but I'm saying it would be more acceptable. And Mark Baggett contributed $5, says, keep up the great work, my friend. Gainsy95 with 10 pounds says, good morning, Carey. Well, it's nearly 9 o'clock in the evening here, but I suppose in England it's about, what, 8 or 9 hours ahead, right? So it's 4 or 5 in the morning there. So good morning to you. Cheers. And Linda Hudson joins us, and David Officer. Stealth mode in the chat. Arnold Schmidt is in the chat, and Terry Zanders. Welcome in, everybody. And again, I certainly appreciate your kindness and support. Everybody's always welcome here as long as you're not a jerk. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, if you're young or old, if you're black or white, just don't be a jerk. It's a pretty simple rule. Super Goofy Extreme says it is 6:55 here in Greece. I'm assuming that's in the morning. Paul Baxter with 2 pounds, joining us from the UK. Thank you, Paul. Michael Dane says, I just sent you $15 through PayPal. Right on, Michael. Thank you. Very generous guy. The Greek says EVGA offers the PCI extension with the upper 30 series cards. I don't think they do because The problem is, so I think EVGA on the 30 series cards has a support bracket for the weight of the card, but I don't think they've got a PCI extension because it likely won't fit except in certain models of cases. There's no universal fitment for that. So if they do, if I'm wrong and they include it, there's got to be a stipulation over what cases they're compatible with. It will not universally fit. Just so you know. Matt Power wants to know where Nutty is. Nutty's usually over here on the floor, chilling out. There's Nutty. Says hello. He's checking things out. He'll go back to where he was. I probably should get some work done. I do enjoy interacting with all of you, though, and it does prevent me from working. So maybe I should just be a little more disciplined and focus a little bit more on the job and find some more balance in this. So thank you. Like I said, I enjoy the conversation. Don Allen with a $10 contribution says, just because. Right on, Don. Thank you again. All right, so we've got the air cooler removed, and we've got wiped down the thermal compound with a paper towel. Now I want to clean the top of the CPU with isopropyl alcohol. I use the 99% here, and I'll just use some Q-tips. We're not doing any polishing. You'll see some insane madness from some people online that'll, oh, you should use a microfiber cloth. That's just preposterous and ridiculous. If we polished it, we wouldn't need thermal compound. The whole point of thermal compound is to get into all the microscopic nooks and crannies that exist in the soft metal that are in the top of the heat shield of the CPU and the bottom of the cooler. It's not perfect, and no matter how much they polish it, within reason, it's going to have microscopic little nooks and crannies. And so what that thermal compound does is it gets into those little microscopic nooks and crannies and fills that little gap, so we have more heat transfer of more surface area, moving the heat off of one surface onto the other. And if we had a perfectly polished material, it would be very expensive material to not be porous, and then we would worry about things like microfiber cloths and scratching. But the point of the thermal compound is to deal with the scratches and the pitting. That's a part of the manufacturing process, and it's there on every consumer CPU and the bottom of every consumer CPU cooler. And so that's the whole point of it. But there are some people, I think I've got OCD, but holy cow, they're worried about things that just simply aren't in reality a thing, but they'll make it into a thing and they have no evidence to support what they're saying. In other words, if you encounter a content creator who's making these bizarre claims about spinning a fan can make it break or can ruin its bearings, or they're saying leaving a computer on is bad for it, ask them for proof. Just give me some proof. That's all I want. And this is what I do here, is I actually show you live, unedited, unscripted, real work. And I've been doing that professionally. Like I said, I've been working since 1991 in the industry, but here on YouTube since 2008, although the earlier videos were edited because you couldn't go live back then. But the point that I'm trying to make is I made videos to prove anything that anybody would challenge me on. And what's interesting is, despite the evidence, they still challenge me anyway. So apparently facts don't matter with some of these people, and do realize that, okay? Don't waste your time trying to change their mind. But before they change yours, just look for some proof of these claims. So a lot of the stuff regarding the importance of thermal compound or how it's applied or what kind you use, it's all emotion-based. There's no fact in any of that that makes any difference to most consumers. If you are an extremist, an overclocker, then that kind of stuff might matter to you to get a 1 degree or 2 degree difference. Airflow in a case is one of the most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard in my life. I have never, ever seen a computer case that I had to replace because it had bad airflow. It's like, okay, if the case has such bad airflow, it's creating a heat problem and causing the computer to power off. Show me. Show me. I've never seen it. I've seen airflow demonstrations where look at how much better the airflow is, but regardless, it's still good enough in the quote-unquote bad case that it wouldn't cause any issues with a computer regarding heat. So I personally I find it a little amusing because of how preposterous it is and the fact that they believe it so religiously that you can't even talk reasonably with them. It's just another part of the internet, and you don't have to believe what everybody tells you. Do your own research. Please, before you propagate this nonsense and pass it on to other people, verify it. There's a lot of passionate people who care more about their passion than they do about facts. Please don't be one of them. Please. There's so many. We don't need any more. David Officer contributes $7.50 Canadian. He says, can you buy more Gatorade on Amazon? I could. If I was out and I was desperate and I didn't want to buy the bigger bottles and I wanted to pay more for it, yeah, I could. But if I go to the market, it's bound to be there eventually. And I'm usually at the market maybe twice a week. I try to go on Sunday, which is not a good day because that's when everybody goes shopping. And then I try to go during the week as time permits, just to stop in and get, like, I'm not going to do a major shopping trip during the week usually because I got work to do. I'll usually do that on the weekend, and anything I can't pick up on the weekend, I might hit another market somewhere else during the week to see if they have what I want in stock. And it's not life or death. I've got bottles of water. I should be drinking that anyway. Like I said, they had plenty of it when I was there a couple of days ago. I just didn't want to go grab a cart. And then when I went to go buy it, they only had one. And I was kind of surprised because it looked like they had zero. So I was actually quite happy they had one. Computer Len with $10 Canadian says, hey, Carey, here you go. The wife and I are coming to Arizona soon. Would like to see you. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to be possible because my schedule is so hectic right now. There are friends of mine who haven't talked to me in months who don't live very far away. And it's simply because I don't have time. I don't even have time to go to dinner. I don't have time to, today I have not eaten. I've not eaten. I don't have time. Later on after the show, I'll probably grab a bag of chips or I'll throw a frozen pizza in the oven. I'll probably eat at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. I've got more work to do. I've got to get 4 other machines cable managed and done between today and tomorrow afternoon. And I'll try and get as much of it done tonight. Maybe put some music on while I do this tedious cable management. That's assuming I get this done, and then this is going to need cable managed. And that's going to be a much more difficult job. So while I appreciate that you'd like to meet, unfortunately, this is not a good time for me, and I am severely overwhelmed with work. And I appreciate your what's the word I want? Your understanding that I am completely overwhelmed. So maybe another time when I'm not so stressed out. But I hope you have a good and safe trip, and I hope you enjoy your trip. William99 says, Carey, I built a DIY router with OpenSense, and it's been working good so far. Yeah, that's certainly not for the lighthearted. That's a pretty geeky, nerdy thing to do. People who enjoy control, who enjoy having control of every little detail, and who are very technical can certainly enjoy a project like that. And there's plenty of other YouTube channels that cover that kind of hobbyist and enthusiast activity. Generally speaking, it's not something used in a business, and it's usually relegated just to hobbyists. And it's a great learning experience. I'm not trying to disparage it, but it's very impractical for, and not only impractical for most people, it's overwhelmingly intimidating and discouraging because it's very, very technical, and most people don't really care. You can just go buy a router, and it's good enough for 90+% of home users. And then businesses, of course, they have much, much more expensive network appliances with trained personnel to maintain them and customize them to the needs of the individual business. And that is a good paying job. Well, you want a good paying job, you get into computer security, yeah, you're going to make a lot of money and be busy for a long time. Dale says, I might do better at Sam's Club for Gatorade. I don't have a Sam's Club near me, and I don't have a Sam's Club membership, and I'm not going to travel to one and pay for a membership just to get Gatorade. And I do have a Costco membership, but their Gatorade is a mixture of like 4 different flavors in a case, and I just want the one flavor, so that doesn't do me any good. It's really not a money problem. It's if the Gatorade's $6 or $8 or $9, I really don't care. It's not going to cause me to lose the house. But obviously, if I can pay less for it, it was like a gallon of gas. You know, I can get a gallon of gas for $4 and what is it, $4.19 today. It was $4.59 earlier, but $4.19 a gallon. Or I can go to Costco maybe and get it 15 cents a gallon cheaper. It's still gas. If I can save 15 cents a gallon and I don't have to go out of my way, and if I can go at night when there's no lines I have to wait in, I do it. If I'm busy and I got other things to do, I'll pay whatever the price is. So I'm busy, you know. So I have to get it. How much am I spending driving around looking for a good price, and what's that costing me? But no, I appreciate the recommendation, but I have never shopped in a Sam's Club in my life, and I have no desire to start strictly to buy Gatorade. I'll drink water before it'll come to that. Not that I don't drink water, I do, but I should probably drink more water and less Gatorade, and that might be why I start, which is not a bad thing. Have I tried flavored water? Yeah, you know, Patrick, I got those little flavor things you could squeeze into a bottle of water. Target was selling those, among other places, but I was getting them at Target, and I was on that for whatever that is. I was on that kick for a few months, and then I just kind of got old and I stopped doing it. Mr. TJP Coins and Jokes says, Carey, what is your favorite Gatorade flavor? It's the only Gatorade flavor you'll ever see. What color do you see? What flavor do you see? It's the same flavor every single time. Also, you know, I had selected you to win a computer, and I haven't forgotten about you, but that computer, I need to talk to you, and I just haven't had time, but I haven't forgotten about you, and I appreciate you being patient. Because I want to basically make a little video just for you and show you the computer and see if you even want that, because there's others that don't have the RGB. And it's the RGB that's holding me up because of the cable management. And because I have paying clients, the free stuff is kind of being put off. But I haven't forgotten about you or Steve H. Both of you I owe computers to, and their computers, I'm looking right at them, and the cables are sticking out of them, and I just need to be cable managed. Maybe a couple more weeks. OEM99 said he paid $5.50 a gallon for gas in San Diego. California has a very high tax on gas, so your state taxes in your, is it the county? Is it just the state? Are very, very high, excuse me, in California compared to most other states. It's just the tax. It's because you live in California. Your state is what's adding that extra dollar, not the oil companies. Boss says, try real fruit in your water. I've tried it and it's disgusting. It's really gross. People put cucumber in water, they put lime in water. Yeah, it's just the grossest thing ever in my mind. I'd rather just have plain water. Water should taste like water and lemon should taste like lemon. That's just how I am. You should try LaCroix. Oh, I've tried LaCroix and it makes me want to puke. You can have all of the LaCroix you want. I don't like any of those. They're nasty. Mr. TJP says I could take or leave that RGB. And as for the Gatorade goes, I'm partially colorblind. Oh, I hadn't considered that. It's lemon lime. It's just lemon lime. The problem with the RGB is either I rip the RGB out, in which case I don't have to do the cable management or as much. Or if you want the RGB, then you just have to wait until I get around to doing the cable management because it adds up to a lot of cabling. That's all. And I just wanted to make sure that that was something you wanted before I do the effort. Nothing frustrates me more than going through all this effort to make the computer perfect and then send it to somebody who immediately disassembles it. You know, when I heard from Patrick Rousseau that he took apart the computer I sent him, I was devastated. But on the one hand, I was like, it's his, right? If I give it to you, you can do whatever you want with it. You can run it over with a car, you can throw it off the roof of a building. But emotionally, it's like, why did I spend all that time and effort to make it so right and then immediately have the person disassemble it? Like, why did I bother? But that's just a consequence of giving it away. And it's not that Patrick Rousseau did anything wrong. He's a great guy, and I don't want to discourage anything, but it just kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. Like what I built wasn't good enough. But when I do give something away, it is yours to do with whatever you see fit. And if my feelings get hurt, I only have the one feeling anyway, so my feeling got hurt. But at the end of the day, he's happy. He got what he wanted and did what he needed to do. And if that's what it took, then, as long as he's happy. But I just kick myself in the butt for working so hard on it. If I would have known that, I would have just sent it in parts. I wouldn't have had to put so much time into it. I sent somebody one of the veteran builds, and they said, should I replace the thermal compound in this? And I said, well, that's your computer to do with what you want. When I was giving away the veteran builds, it was under the condition that it was intended for people who would benefit from having it. And if you do unnecessary work that doesn't need to be done, and it causes the computer to break, and you're now without a computer, which is why I sent you one, then I think I'm starting to understand why you don't have a computer. On the other hand, I also would not send you a computer that needs any work. If it needed thermal compound, I would have done it before I sent it. So it's there's a part of me that's a little offended. Like, you think I sent you something that you have to repair? Why would I do that? So, and he was cool. He's like, no, I understand what you're saying, and I'll leave it alone. And I was like, it's yours. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want to it. But if that's the only computer you have, and you do work that doesn't need to be done, and you make a mistake, or anything could happen, and now it's not broken, I cannot send you another one. That's it. So, if you have a problem with it, and you need some help, you let me know. But to create a problem with it, I cannot condone. So that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, the whole point is to help people. And if the people I'm sending the stuff to don't actually need it, and it's more of a toy, then I'm a little mad at myself for not sending it to somebody more in need. On the other hand, Patrick Rousseau has been very generous with the channel. So in his case, it's a little different because I wanted to send him something to show my gratitude for all of his support. And again, what he did with it is his business. But yeah, it just kind of like, I asked myself, what did I put all the work in? If I'd have known that going into it, I would have just sent him a box of parts. But anyway, that's on me for not checking that. Planet Cryos with $5 says the hot dog build is still together and running good. You know what? I know you keep saying that, but I never said there was anything wrong with the hot dog build other than the case. The case is difficult to work in. If you have to do any upgrades or repairs, I wouldn't want to be the one that has to do it. Once it's all put together, it'll be just as reliable as any other computer. And, it's a hot dog build because you might bite into a hot dog or a sausage and you might think it's delicious. And then inevitably somebody will say to you, you should see how that's made. Now, if you see how it's made, you probably don't want to eat another one. Okay? Ignorance is bliss in this scenario. So that's the hot dog build, because you don't want to see how it's made. The case is very poorly designed. It's got a lot of sharp edges. It's very cramped quarters. You can cut your hands working on it. The material's not very thick, so the metal is really super flexible. And when it's all put together, hey, it looks great. But when you start to see how it's made, not so good. But the motherboard's still the same board, and it's still an Intel CPU, and it's still, industry standard components I would use in any other build. So I have no reason to believe that that computer is going to be any less reliable simply because it's in a cheaper, flimsier, more difficult to work on case. As long as you don't have to get into the case for any reason, it's great. But there are much easier cases to work on, cases that have more cable management options, cases that have more rounded corners, they're not so sharp edges, and cases that are made of a thicker gauge of metal that make them less flexible, less prone to warping. But that's all it is. It's still going to be, it doesn't affect its reliability at all. Okay, Peter Laycock joins us, contributes 50 pounds like he always does. Hey, thank you so much, Peter. Peter says, good morning, Carey and Mitch, and everyone in the chat from Edinburgh, Scotland, Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature is 37 degrees Fahrenheit. It was 96 degrees Fahrenheit today. What I wouldn't give. You're hearing the air conditioner click on and off at 9:15 at night here in Phoenix because it's still in the 90s outside. I think it is. It's probably in the 90s. Now I'm curious. Oh, it's 84 now, but it's still hot enough to cause the air conditioner to click on. Oh, Wesley sent me a picture of his red Roush Mustang. That's a good looking car. That looks like a speeding ticket standing still, is what it looks like. That's a car that looks like it's going fast when it's parked. And let's take a look. Kelly Stewart sent another Amazon gift card for $50. Thank you so much, Kelly, for your continued support and generosity. And there's the $15 from PayPal from Michael Dane. And oh, the folks over at Hollyland, that's the company that makes the wireless transmitter I use on the camera. You know, they sent me this new transmitter, an upgraded transmitter, a couple of months ago. And I think it was around Christmas time. And they said, how long do you think before you can review that? And I said, it'll probably be a few weeks. So here we are in April, and I haven't done it yet. And so they're reaching out to me going, yeah, about that transmitter, that $1,000 transmitter we sent you. Did you ever get around to making a video on that? I'm like, sorry, not yet. I haven't touched it. It's still new in the box. I will get to it, I promise. Oh, we understand. So thankfully, they're not upset. Or if they are, they're not like, well, we'll never send you anything again. I risk that. But, you know, when I'm got actual work to do, the reviews come second. And I am very anxious, looking forward to using it to see how it's different from the other one I have. I was getting some weird combing effects in the video, but it turned out that that was a setting in the camera that somehow changed on the HDMI output. And when I changed the setting back to 1080, the combing issue went away. It was never the transmitter. So I don't have any complaints with the less expensive transmitter they sent, but this other transmitter is supposed to be better, and I have to review it to figure out what's supposed to make it better, and then experience it and see if I think it's better. And they very much want my opinion on it. So, you know, we'll add that to my list of things to do. You get that done in my spare time. But that was just in my mind because it was an email that had just arrived from them. I think they're in Asia, so it's probably their work day this time at night here. But they're great people, and I appreciate their patience. Terry Zanders wants to know if I kept a Nuka-Cola case. Yes, back over at Studio A, I have the Nuka-Cola case, and it has an Intel 8086K limited edition processor in it. I just never finished it. Like, it's built, but I never did the cable management. And I was changing all the case fans and liquid cooler fans to Noctua fans, and I bought the fans and changed, I think I changed the case fans, but not the cooler fans. So I still have new fans in boxes sitting on top of the case with the panel off for the last 2 years. I haven't gotten around to it because I don't have any use for it, but I don't want to sell it. So yeah, that's at Studio A. If there ever is a time when I'm caught up, the Nuka-Cola will get back up on the counter and I'll finish it. But I wouldn't upgrade it. That 8086K is a limited edition CPU, and I intend to keep it for a long time. That's a good question. You've been watching the channel for a while. Mr. TJP Coins and Jokes says, Carey, I take a bunch of surveys online and I get Amazon gift cards. I'd like to use one of them to buy you a case of Gatorade. Well, that's not necessary. I appreciate the thought, but no, please don't do that. I feel bad for the delivery driver that's got to carry that to my door, you know? And it's overpriced at Amazon. But that's a very nice thought. Don's Tech says, so what you're saying is the hot dog build is basically in a crap case. I don't know if you would call it a crap case. See, here's the thing. If you look at a pile of crap, it looks like a pile of crap from any angle. A case like the hot dog build, or anything I call a hot dog build, usually refers to a case that is attractive from a distance. And as you get close to it, or in particular, if you have to actually be the one working within it to do an upgrade, a repair, or to build in it, it is very, very difficult to build in. Even to do the cable management is difficult because they didn't really give any consideration for any. I guess they thought everything was going to be wireless. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. You know, I had that bizarre Cadires case, right? That was like the ultimate hot dog. That was the bratwurst case of builds. It was a horrible case, but the parts I used in it were great. And so the people that end up with these computers, they love them. But those people aren't doing any work to the hardware inside of the computer, and nor do they have to. The hardware is good. The case is flimsy and it can easily break, and it's, you know, in the case of the Cadires computer case, there's no guards on the fans, so you could stick your fingers in the fans or get your hair caught in them. I mean, you know, if you have long hair, it's just poorly designed case. So it's not that the case is crap, because if it was crap, you'd see it as crap from every angle. The case looks attractive. People go, oh, look at the shiny colors and look at the fans and look at the glass. But if you're not the one working on it and you're not the one dealing with, how do you hide the cables when an all glass case? If the whole case is glass, where do the cables go? Like a Dyer's case didn't even have a bottom. It was hollow, so the cables just fell out. We pick the case up, they fall through there's no floor. So stuff like that you wouldn't realize seeing it sitting on a desk, right? You'd just be like, wow, that's a good looking case. Yeah, with crap, you go, well, that looks like a pile of crap. And the closer you get to it, the more it verifies your initial thoughts. This is more trickery, like a hot dog. A hot dog looks and smells delicious. But if you go to the factory where the hot dogs are made and watch how they're made, you probably don't want to reach your finger in like cookie dough and try a bit of that. Just saying, you probably don't want to. Maybe some of you do, but I imagine you wouldn't want to do that like you would at an ice cream factory, let's say. Does that make sense? So there's a little trickery going on there. Winston Liu contributes 10 Canadian dollars. He says, buy more of what you need. This is from Vancouver, Canada. Thank you, Winston. Winston's been a long time community member and contributor here. Thank you, Winston. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He goes, it's just a nickname, that's all. It's not a bad thing, and I love it. Well, I'm glad that it found a forever home, and I'm glad you like it. It does tickle me, you know, to know that it's working well for you. It should, but it's nice to get the verification. Chevy contributes $1. Thank you, Chevy, or Chevy. Kelly Stewart wants to know if I still have the train case. I do, Kelly. I have the train case, and I gutted it. I needed the parts for another build, and it's sitting at Studio A, very dusty, very, very dusty, and I haven't decided what to do with it yet. Leadman70 says, hey, Uncle Carey, I'm working on my new build, and I have a power supply that has a switch for the fan to run only when it is needed or to run all the time. What setting do you suggest I use? I would suggest that you let the fan turn off unless it's needed, because otherwise it's bringing dust. You know, your power supply doesn't blow air out with the fan, it draws air in. That's why there's dust all over this bottom of this case. So the power supply fan is pulling air into this power supply, and it's not going in the case. It's going strictly into the power supply, up through the bottom and then out through the back. You can put your hand at the back and feel that air. Well, that's why there's a filter on it. Well, if the fan isn't running, then it won't be drawing in any dust. It also reduces the power consumption, lowering your energy cost, and it reduces any potential noise as well. So, what did this go in? So yes, I would suggest, it's often called hybrid mode, I think on EVGA power supplies. I would suggest turning that on for those reasons. Yeah, let the fan turn itself off of it. What's the point of a fan running if it's not needed anyway? Well, you know, there is one benefit to letting the fan run all the time, and that is a reduced chance of a fan failure. As long as the fan's always running and you never turn it off, it likely will continue running. When problems occur, more times than not, they occur at a power on. What happens specifically with a fan is there's grease in the bearings. Not with these fans, because these are maglev fans. But with a power supply fan, they're going to have a sleeve bearing or ball bearings, and they're oiled. They're greased. And as they bring dust in, the dust inevitably will get into the grease. And as long as the grease is warm and it's a bit viscous, it doesn't matter. But when you turn the fan off and everything cools down, that grease, if it has enough contamination of dust and debris, becomes glue. And then when you turn the computer back on a couple days later, like say you left on Friday, you come back on Monday, that fan doesn't turn anymore. It can't. The glue is hardened. And then your power supply may run hot under a load, and then your whole computer switches off, and you're going to need a new power supply, unless you want to open up a power supply and replace a fan, which is a very dangerous thing to do unless you know what you're doing, because there are very large capacitors that could explode like firecrackers and take a finger or really, really hurt you if you don't ensure that they're completely drained. Even if they've been without power for a long time, or what you think is a long time, they're like little batteries and that store power. And so they've got to make sure that they're drained properly, or you've got to be very careful to replace a $5 fan versus buying another power supply. So if you leave the fan run all the time, you're bringing more dust in, and that means you need to blow that power supply out more often. If you let the fan turn off and only run when it needs to run, you're saving electricity. The fan motor is not generating any heat because the fan is off. There's irony for you. And then you're drawing in less dust and debris. So then in that way, you don't have to dust it out as often. So there's no real right or wrong answer here. You just pick the best choice that suits your needs, as best I can tell you. There's no perfect answer. There always is consequences. And that's why it's a switch, and that's why it's not permanently set, so people can decide for themselves. But a good question. I appreciate you asking. Paul Baxter wants to know how long Windows 10 is going to last. Windows 10 expires the same as Office 2016 and Office 2019. They all end support on October 14th of 2025. So how nerdy am I that I can tell you that off the top of my head? You're good until October 14th of 2025 with Office 2016, Office 2019, and Windows 10. It is possible that Microsoft could extend that, but for now they have not. And by then, Windows 11 will likely be a completely different operating system through updates, or potentially even Windows 12 could happen. So we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, you have 3 years, a little over 3 years. So there's no need to have any anxiety or panic or concern between now and then. The world could blow up before then. So, look at the bright side. I'm just a ball of joy. There's another $2 Canadian from Winston Liu. He says, here, have some more money from Canada. Thank you, Winston. Is Windows 11 out of beta? Well, it depends who you ask. Microsoft says yes. It's been out of beta for almost a year, officially. But technically, technically Windows 10 is still in beta. And Windows XP, everything is software is always a beta. No software is ever truly finished. I'm going to step off camera and grab another Gatorade here. Software is always being refined and polished because we can't wait for them to make it perfect. We need it now. And same as a car. If you look at how cars were built in the early 1900s and compare them to the way cars are built now, it's a very, very different vehicle in the sense of the frame design, crumple zones, anti-lock brakes, heated seats, traction control, airbags, etc., even seat belts, right? So we're still evolving. It's kind of unusual that we have a race of existence where we think things are like, I don't know, like a diamond, where it's just, you carve it and it's done, there's no improvement. It is what it is and it'll never change. Everything we use in our daily life is still being evolved. Some of the things we used to eat aren't sold anymore because they've been proven to be not good for your health. Medications have been pulled from the market that initially thought were good for you. Turns out they're not good for you. Medications that were used to address certain illnesses are no longer used and have been replaced with other medicines. It's a practice. Medicine and law is a practice. And the technology that we use is, we just got it running and we all started using it. That's just how it works with pretty much everything in life. So technically everything is a beta, unless it's something that's a one and done, like a table or a chair, something like that, that wouldn't need an upgrade or an update. But even now, they've got some pretty nice furniture that folds into futons and can push a button. People have couches that plug into the wall because you can push a button and have it recline for you, because pushing the lever or pulling the lever is too much effort. I can't believe you can plug a couch into a wall. It's very strange. But yes, officially, Windows 11 has been out of beta since, I think, October of 2021. Is that right? Sounds right. I'm going off the top of my head. I could be wrong, but it is definitely out of beta. I just might have the month wrong. Almost a year. David Officer contributes $2.65 Canadian. And he said he had to outdo Winston because they're both Canadian. Very nice. Thank you, but thank you both. What else? What else? Mr. TJP is going to bed. Right on. Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. This is going to be a late show. I want to remind people, and I've offered this invitation. Not too many people have seriously taken me up on it. And that is, if you have a technical question in a future show, I'd like to read your questions and address them from emails where I can sort of prepare it for answering them rather than this off-the-cuff stuff. And my email address is right there on the screen, and you can use that for a couple of reasons. One, if you want to buy a computer from me. Or two, if you want to have a question addressed in a future video. But if it's not a business-related question, I won't answer it. That's why I say when I put the email address up there, some people are abusing it. I'm not doing free technical support for complete strangers online. But if you're sincere about wanting to send a computer in for repair, or buying a computer, or asking a technical question that you'd like me to address on a future show, please use the email address on the screen for that. Anything that falls outside of that, for the people who aren't listening, you're not going to get a response. That is obviously a very busy email address. It gets a lot of emails, and I just want you to be aware that the purpose behind me offering that is for me to be able to help you under certain circumstances. And of course, business is always going to come first. But I would love to be able to have a stack of emails I could read during a video where I could properly prepare with the answers. And so I won't answer those questions on email, but you can look for me to read them during a broadcast in the near future. If you want to, just use the subject line of support or tech questions, something like that. And then I'll put them in a separate folder and save them for when I have enough. And it's got to be a question I can answer, which, it can't hurt by asking. And then I will do a show just on that. Find Me in Hawaii contributes $5. Thank you for that. Arnold wants to know, can I install Windows 11 on a Z370 through Z390 motherboard, or will there be compatibility issues? No, it shouldn't be any problem. I mean, you might have compatibility issues with other software or hardware, like printers if they're really old. But if your computer was built since around 2016, it should be fine on Windows 11. But Windows 11 may do some things you don't like. And I don't know why you want Windows 11. Like, what do you think you're going to be able to do with Windows 11 that you're not doing now with Windows 10? So I would think that maybe you're just looking for something to do and you're curious. And if that's the case, then having problems is good. It'll keep you busy and occupied and give you something to do. If you are wanting to be productive and you don't want to deal with problems, I wouldn't advise you to spend your time and effort changing up your operating system unless there's a reason to justify that action. But it's your computer and it's your time. And if you want that experience for whatever reason, yeah, it'll install. David Officer says it'll make my 12th gen run well. This is true. This is true. The 12th gen Intel chips will work on Windows 10, and they work blazingly fast. But to take advantage of those E-cores, you really need to have Windows 11. Most human beings would never notice the difference unless you're running benchmarking software. But sometimes that matters more to people than actual reality. Technically, you are correct. It will allow the processor to run at its fullest performance capabilities. But most human beings don't use their processors to their fullest performance capabilities. In other words, the slow part of the computer isn't the operating system. In most cases, it's the user. You're not going to type any faster. Your brain's not going to process the information on the screen any faster. You are the slowest part of your computer for most situations that we talk about. The general population, the computer is usually waiting on you. There are some users that use their computers for extreme resource-intensive applications like 3D animation, video rendering, or even some really high-resolution, high FPS gaming that might really hammer on the CPU. Not that all games do. A lot of games now offload that mostly to the GPU. But regardless, they make up a very small percentage of computer owners. But it's your machine, and it's your time, and it's your money. And if that's what you use to justify, it's usually more of an emotional thing than a logical one. And if that makes you feel good, then don't let me get in the way. But as a business person, someone who's running a business and talking to other business owners, we would not make that investment without, or any investment in time and training and how to use it and adjusting any compatibility issues of, training the employees and answering support questions, as well as the time and effort involved in doing the actual upgrade to multiple workstations in an office, because we'd have to do them all at once. It would cost the company money. If we leave everything alone, it doesn't cost the company anything. So if the company says, once we spend the money, what do we get back for that? Are my employees going to be able to do more work? No. Is the computer going to be able to do more work? No. So why would I do that? I don't know. A company would have to have a specific business purpose, as they would for any investment, to determine what that return on investment would be and if that would be worthwhile. Most home users don't consider return on investment. They'll buy the most ridiculous nonsense that's overpriced because it says Gucci or Coach on it, or some luxury brand, when an average brand would do the job just fine, but they care too much about a specific lifestyle choice. But since a computer isn't something you're walking around with, it's not something you're driving to make a social statement about your status in life with your Mercedes or your BMW. It's really just in your house and in your room, and only you generally see it. So I have a hard time understanding the logic behind it, but I don't have to. Sometimes people just want to do things. But if you want to do things, I'm the wrong guy to ask for that reason, right? Because if you want to do it, you're going to do it anyway. So it kind of negates the whole purpose of the question. But if anybody can tell me one thing Windows 11 can do that Windows 10 can't, that would justify the time and effort of installing it and the education of learning how to find everything that Microsoft has moved, as well as limiting your ability to do things like customize your start menu or move your taskbar around the screen. Like, there's a lot of things Windows 11 cannot do. I can name that Windows 10 can. But the things Windows 11 can do that Windows 10 can't, I can't really name anything. Apart from, it takes better advantage of a 12th core, but most people wouldn't notice it. And HDR in gaming, I guess, if you're a gamer and that matters. I don't know. But those changes will be coming to Windows 11 through updates that will add more features and more productivity reasoning behind upgrading to Windows 11. So it's still in its infancy. It's like looking at a baby. That baby one day is going to grow up to have gray hair or no hair and have a full set of adult teeth. It's going to evolve, right? So what you see as an infant is not really telling of what that human being is going to become. Right now we're looking at an infant operating system, and it should be interesting. Just like a baby, it's going to grow quickly. The changes you'll see in a child from birth until about 16 years old are pretty drastic and happen rather rapidly. In much the same way an operating system that's been introduced is going to grow very quickly, whereas a mature operating system like Windows 10, the growth happens much, much slower, and then we tend to get involved emotionally with the familiarity. But when it comes to business, there's a financial concern that goes beyond being familiar. And that familiarity leads to productivity to your employees and also to security. But there will come a time where the Windows 11 security will be superior to Windows 10, specifically after support for Windows 10 ends in October of 2025, at which case the return on investment becomes more valuable, because if you're going to lose everything due to a security risk, suddenly that cost doesn't seem so bad anymore, you know, to prevent the loss from occurring. Vetman Gaming says, Intel and I might just go with that. I discovered your channel today and most certainly will tune in more often. Great stuff from South Africa. Well, wonderful. I'm glad you've joined us, and I hope you will come back and be a part of this amazing, friendly, and supportive community we have. Because we're always looking for more friendly and supportive people for this community to grow. Okay, what time is it? 9:45, and I haven't done squat. Yeah. All right. So I clean this. What did I do? I clean the CPU. All right. Let's prep this radiator. These are the little double-sided sticky tape that go on this fan controller that I'm not looking forward to doing. If I procrastinate long enough, will it just do it on its own? Will it just magically happen if I ignore it? Probably not. Let me step around here and see if we can take a look at what's going on with this radiator. We're going to put this radiator in exactly the way the other one came out, which is in this direction. It's going to go that way. And so when we put the fans on, you got to remember we're going to flip this thing upside down, so everything in the front is going to be in the back. In other words, when I decide to put these fans on, I want this where the support bars are. See how the center doesn't turn here when I spin the fan? That's the side the air is coming out of. This other side that doesn't have the supports, where the fan is completely visible without those support brackets, see how that center turns? That's the air that is the side of the fan that's pulling air in. So the air is moving in this direction, and we want the air to blow through the radiator. We're going to take the air inside of the case, pull it through the radiator, and out through the top of the case. So when we put this in, we got to think about where these cables are going to go. I want the cables facing the back of the case. And since when I put this in, I have to flip it upside down, the front of this is actually going to be the back when I install it. So that you have to visualize this as you put it together. Otherwise, you'll be taking it back apart and redoing it. I've done that a few times. And because these are RGB fans, they can cycle the colors. So if I tried to rotate this fan differently so these cables could be closer together, then when this one's blue on the left, this one will be blue on the top because it's 90 degrees off. Well, that wouldn't matter on any other fan. With an RGB fan, to synchronize your colors, they have to be installed with the exact same orientation. So if that cable's coming out on the right side, then this cable also has to come out on the right side. If I didn't have any RGB, I would rotate this fan 90 degrees so these cables would come out together, making for a cleaner cable management final result. But since more people are looking at the RGB than are going to be looking at the cable management, because the cable management goes behind the motherboard where there's typically no glass, and if there was, no one could see it anyway. They are, in fact, going to see the RGB. And if this one's blinking different colors in the circle, and this one's blinking colors in a circle, but they're not lined up, so blue is here and blue is here, and as this becomes red and this becomes red, it's off and it's not going to look right. So even though it's not ideal for cable management to have both cables coming out the right side, that's the only way you're going to get your synchronization of your RGB to look right. Hey, Peter Laycock says he's going to work. He says goodbye to everyone in the chat. It's time to go to work. Catch you later. Hey, Peter, thank you again for your generosity. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you have a great day at work today. And thanks for hanging out with us in your morning. And I have to go to the packet of screws here and find the long screws that go through the fans and into the radiator. And that should be in one of these bags here. Not that one. Not that. These are all brackets. This right here, that's the bag I'm looking for. A contribution also came in from Winston Liu again, $5 Canadian. He says, does the Vinci... Oh, wait a minute. Let me rephrase this question. No, it's not a question, it's a comment. The DaVinci video editor works better with Windows 10. Okay. I have no idea. I don't use DaVinci, so I'll take your word on that. As I mentioned, there's more things I can tell you Windows 10 can do that Windows 11 can't than the other way around. But that doesn't really help anybody who's installing Windows 11 strictly on an emotional need, right? They're just curious. They just want to experience. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. But if you do that, please don't come asking me for help, because I'm going to tell you, if you decided to do that, then you decided that you were going to deal with the consequences of that decision. If you don't want to deal with the consequences, guess what? Neither do I. So don't expect me to help you out when you install Windows 11 when you didn't need to and created a problem you didn't need to have that you didn't have before. That's for you to solve, because that's what you signed up for when you install. I guess that's all I'm trying to tell you, right? Like, if you want to do that, then be prepared for the potential problems to solve on your own. You've got Google, you can go there and ask people for help. But I don't have time for it. I'm very, very busy, and somebody's just goofing around looking for something to do. I'm not going to tell you not to, but I'm also not going to help you with that because I can't. All right, let's get these fans secured. I think sometimes people don't realize if you're not a customer of mine and you're asking me for help, it's like walking into a restaurant and saying, make me a free cheese sandwich. Restaurant's crowded, they got paying customers. Who are you? Now, if you're a regular at the restaurant and the restaurant wants to do something for you because, you spent some time and money with them, that might be different. But it's like, well, you've got the cheese and you've got the bread, so just make me a cheese sandwich. Why is that so hard? Well, because you're not a paying customer, and I've got paying customers waiting behind you who I would be ignoring if I were to help you for free, and then they would be upset because why would they pay if you don't have to? So I don't think people sometimes understand that support is not expected for free. It's costing somebody money. And so I always take care of my clients first and foremost. And if people self-create problems, I don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Although I don't do much video editing these days, when I do video editing, I use CyberLink Power Director 365. And I also like that there's a ton of YouTube videos that can walk you through how to use CyberLink Power Director in a lot of different ways. I saw a video today on how to animate a still photograph. I always wondered how they did that. It's pretty cool, and it's relatively easy. I don't remember the process, but I can always go back and rewatch the video anytime I want on demand for free and try it, you know, if I had time, and that was important to me. But I'm sure there are channels dedicated to using every piece of video editing software. DaVinci is usually used by professionals in the industry, and as such, it is a very complex piece of software. And it could really utilize a lot of resources, potentially. I dropped a little screw down here, and my magnet's not very strong. And this is not working. So I think I'll just flip it upside down. How about that? Something that should be simple. I can't see it. That's half my problem. So I'll grab my glasses and I'll grab my flashlight. I got my Milwaukee flashlight and my Milwaukee screwdriver. Boy, Milwaukee should be giving me some money. Oh, I can see the screw now. It's right there. I somehow managed to lodge it towards the other fan. So of course it wasn't going to come out. And what I need is a magnet. These screws may be aluminum. The magnet doesn't seem to be sticking to them. So I will grab some needle nose pliers and I can reach down in there because I don't want to damage the fins on a brand new radiator. Where's my pliers? Here we go. Needle nose pliers do the trick every time. If you do any small electronics work, you're going to have a pair of these. I feel like I'm playing that old 1970s game called Operation. Come on now. Boy, it's really in there. The head of the screw is jammed up against the blades, and then the length of the screw is jamming it underneath the frame. So I've got to figure out a way to angle it just right to get it out. And again, I don't want to damage. The fins are very soft metal. They're very easily damaged. And while that doesn't really create a problem, it just looks terrible. And it's a brand new, inexpensive liquid cooler. And I would prefer not to be the one who scratches it up or dents it. Oh, it was so close. I got it. I was about ready to take the fan out. Of course, that's the fan I put all 4 screws in, right? The other one has 2 screws. Could I take that one out? No, it had to be the one with 4. It's always the worst. I noticed there's some washers here for these. Well, I don't know if it's for all the screws. It might be. And before I assemble it, do we have any documentation? It just occurs to me, all we had was a warranty thing. We didn't have any actual documentation, but there was a QR code when we opened the lid. And a lot of companies these days, they want you to pull up a PDF file. They claim they don't want to waste paper, but what they're really doing is they don't want to spend any money. Oh no, we're really concerned about the ecology. No, you're concerned about the cost of it. You don't care about the ecology. They're lying. I like that they've given us some longer screws. That I've run into some cases that were a bit thick with the material, and the shorter screws on some of the older Corsair coolers, and you'll see it in some of my past videos, they won't reach. You can only get like maybe a thread or 2 in. So I like that they've lengthened these a bit. That's fantastic. I do see a bunch of washers. I have to assume it looks like there's enough washers for every screw, which would imply to me they want you to use them on every screw, not just the long ones or not just the short ones. There's a lot of washers here. And I can't see any harm in using the washers, so why not? Let's use them. Can't hurt anything. That gives you a little more surface area for the screw to hold the fan down, right? Because the head of the screw is only so big, and when we put the washer on it, then the head of the screw gets sort of bigger, right? The surface area of which it's securing whatever you're screwing down is bigger. But I gotta tell you, it doesn't look as good. There's a hole, sort of a carving out in the rubber grommet that the screw goes in, that the head of the screw fits perfectly in. And if we put the washer on it, then the screw doesn't sit flush anymore. So now I want to know, so let me pull up a website and pull up the documentation and see what CORSAIR says officially regarding these washers. At the end of the day, it makes no difference in the performance of the cooler. You can or you choose to use these washers or not use these washers. It won't affect the effectiveness or the efficacy of the cooler. It's mostly securing it in like shipping situations or maybe an aesthetic. So let me just look and see what they say. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm just going to type in, what is this, an H100i Elite. And the word I want is manual. Wait, was there another word on here? RGB? I don't know. Manual. Let's see what it pulls up. The iCUE H100i. It calls it a Capellix, but the other thing didn't call it a Capellix. So I don't know if it's a Capellix or not. Anyway. Looking at the instructions, I'll tell you what, let's share these instructions with you. I'll show you what I'm seeing. I gotta find, I gotta pull up my OBS settings and then choose to share the browser and then turn it on. Okay, so installing the fans and radiator, I see washers. The washers are going on the small screws and the washers are not going on the long screws into the fans. So why did they give us so many washers? How many washers do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And how many screws do I have? I've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Looks like I've got 16. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 16 long screws. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 short screws. I guess that's if you want to put fans on both sides. You've got to be able to have the length of the screw to go through the fan and into the radiator. But we're not doing that. We're not going to do a push-pull configuration. So then I should only have 8 washers. So why do they give us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15? There wouldn't be 15. It'd have to be 16. I must be missing one somewhere. Huh. That's very strange. Very strange. But okay, I think it looks better without, when you put the screw into the fan, there's a little recess in the rubber grommet that it fits in. The screw head perfectly fits in it. It just looks very lovely. So, but on this side of it, this makes more sense because this has got the weight of the radiator and the holes in the case could be a bit larger than the head of the screw. And by adding that washer to the screw, it's giving it more surface area so it doesn't fall through the hole in the case in some case designs. And since they don't have any control over what case you're putting this in, that makes total sense to me. But what doesn't make any sense is why they gave us so many washers unless they're used somewhere else. I don't see why it would be, oh, we're going to use that same mounting system. So I got to put those plastic brackets back on that I took off because this clamps down onto the plastic AMD brackets. You know, when I put the AMD air cooler on, it secures with screws directly into the back plate behind the motherboard. But to do that, I had to take these plastic pieces off. There's a screw here and a screw here. On every AMD motherboard, they come with these on. But some coolers require you to take these off, even the AMD cooler, as I demonstrated. So I have to put those back on. We're not doing Threadripper, so this doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm scrolling through this rather quickly. I don't care about the FAQ. Let's go right back up to the top. It does say it's a Capellix. Interesting. The Amazon link never shows that name in the title, so I was confused. 16 long fans, or 24 if you get the H150i, but we have the H100i. So that checks out. 8 radiator screws, 16 washers. So why is there 16 washers? That's all I'm saying. If there's 16 of these, you'd think the washers goes to these. Logically. That's not how it works. So what are the other washers for? They give you 24 washers with the H150i, but that's adding another fan. So I don't know. I don't know. ML fans, that's magnetic levitation. An alternative pump cap. Oh, yeah. They give us a little plastic bag with a different lid we can put on the top. I think one's black and one's white. And then the commander core and an Allen head, an Allen wrench to take the cap off if you want to switch the color out. And we're not doing Intel, we're doing AMD, socket AM4, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it only shows 8 washers being used. So why did they give us 16? I don't know. It's very, very strange. But okay, that's why, you know, I have to look at the documentation to figure this out. All right, let's turn that off. Okay. First time with this cooler, so, you know, bear with me. It's a little different. Enrico Schelling contributes 10 Canadian dollars. Says, I paid for a Cronus on March 4th. Is it possible to get a refund and pay the new price with your code? You know, I don't know. That's a decision the folks at Acronis would have to make. But I'll tell you what you can do. Think about this. If you were to buy the Acronis with the discount code, you'd be getting 12 more months. So instead of a 1 year, you'll get 2 years. But to the best of my knowledge, you cannot buy the product and then turn around and buy it again using my code. Meaning you can't buy 2 years. You can only buy, 12 months. So you could extend and go to 2 years, potentially, or you can reach out to Amazon's customer service and ask them. Now, I did tell people since, when was it? February or March? Certainly in March, I told you that I was going to have an Acronis deal coming up. And I think in January or February, I talked about how I was in negotiations with Acronis to make this happen, but I didn't know what was going to happen or if it was going to happen. And I would say, okay, here's the status. I'm still in negotiations. And then in March, I said, okay, the negotiations are done and we've got everything set. And it's coming soon and I can't talk about it yet. And then in April, in the beginning of April, I said, okay, just a reminder, it's coming. If you're thinking of buying it, you should wait if you want to save money. And then on April 15th, I introduced it. But I'd been talking about it. I said it was coming. So I don't know why you bought it, unless you're new here and that's what led you here. Regardless, it is what it is. And that's now a decision Acronis has to make, and I cannot make that decision for you, and I don't know what they'll say. But again, you could take advantage of the offer to extend another 12 months. And that's nice, because that means you're going to keep getting all the latest versions. Stealth mode suggests washers go between the fans and the radiator. I don't think so, because that would allow air to escape. Let me look back
Let me just look again at the documentation. That's not what I wanted to see. Hold on a minute. You see that list of contributors? I've figured out if I've got to go to a setting in the YouTube page called Viewer Activity. If I don't actually click on it, it doesn't do anything. So when I tell you YouTube has not been giving me a list of the contributors, it's because I didn't click on the Viewer Activity link. If I click on the link 3 hours into the broadcast, any contributions are not in there. I literally have to click on the link and keep it clicked on, or it doesn't work. It's the most annoying thing. So anyway, let me go back to the documentation. There it is. And yeah, there's no washers shown here. I don't know why you would say that. And furthermore, if you put a gap between the bottom of the fan and the top of the radiator, then you're letting air escape. And we really want as much air as possible to get pushed through that radiator in order to cool it more effectively. If we give the air a channel out, you know, to escape out of the radiator, then it won't cool as well. So in looking again at the diagram, and I can make this as big as I need to make it, that does not show a washer. It clearly shows the washers here, but it does not show any washers here. So I don't know why you had that idea, because clearly your eyes aren't seeing something my eyes aren't seeing. Where did you get that idea from, if you don't mind me asking? Did you just make it up? Buggy says, maybe they give you 16 washers in case you lose 8 of them. Oh, that's funny. The washers are for anti-vibration. I don't know why you think that. That's absolutely not true. What causes things to be anti-vibration would be something that isn't metal or hard. So, for example, the rubber grommets around the fans in the corners where the screws are going, because the metal can move within the rubber and it won't vibrate. The rubber pads that your power supply sits on in the case, that's there to be anti-vibration. Using metal on metal creates vibration. It doesn't prevent that. So I think we have a number of very imaginative people in the chat room making suggestions that are basically uneducated guesses. But if you think about it logically, it doesn't make any sense and clearly not factual. But there is only a need for 8 washers, but they've given us 16. But we have a total. We have a total of 24. How many screws do we have? 24 screws and 16 washers? That doesn't add up. So I don't know what they're thinking. It's very strange. Jason says some cases might have larger slots for screws. So am I talking and people aren't hearing me, or you guys just like to repeat everything I say? It's very strange. Okay, yeah, I already said that. Let's see. You might be able to use 2 washers instead of 1 to shorten the depth of the screw. Well, why would you want to do that? Why in the world would you want to have less threads into the radiator? That doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know. That's really strange. If the washers were needed as part of the water block installation, then they would be included with the water block mounting kits. So we have mounting kits for Threadripper, we have a mounting kit for AMD, AM4, and we have a mounting kit for Intel, and all the screws and washers required for each socket are in the bags. These washers and screws and thumb screws are for mounting the radiator and mounting the fans to the radiator. So I'm just kind of puzzled why they've given, obviously you guys don't know the answer, and that's fine, you can say that. I'd rather you did that than just made up stuff, because I think you're being serious and I have to look it up and realize you don't know what you're talking about. But at least I'll tell you, I don't know. It's just weird. It seems like a waste of expense of materials to include parts that aren't used. But it's not important. It's a minor detail that's kind of an OCD thing. I like to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I don't know why they've included so many washers. That's all. Okay, so that will remain a mystery. Perhaps I'll talk to somebody at CORSAIR in the future. It's not critical. It really doesn't matter, but it's just a little bit of trivia I'd like to know the answer to. Okay. I don't want to tighten these too much. The anti-vibration rubber in here will just push out the more you tighten the screw. So all I want to do is make the screw flush with the fan, and I don't want to push them, or tighten them down rather, any further than that, because it's just going to squish that grommet, which is going to wear it out sooner and then cause the vibration it was designed to avoid. So these aren't anything you crank down super tight. On the other hand, when we disassembled that light branded computer that Marvin had brought to me for repair, it was missing screws out of the fans, and some of the screws were only in about halfway. Something just fell. You definitely don't want the screws as loose as they had them. I mean, how his computer wasn't just vibrating constantly with the fans hanging by the screws, how it even stayed cool, I have no idea. But that was clearly an issue in installation. The screws won't unscrew themselves that distance just in shipping. But I just want them flush because I think they sit right down into this recess and they look beautiful when they're seated correctly. I'm still trying to figure out what I just knocked over. I need a bigger workbench. John Barradale says instructions show 8 screws and 8 washers, period. Okay, but why do I have... I didn't ask you that. What I asked was, why did they give me 16 washers? I thought maybe somebody would know, but I guess not. So it's not just me. So there's a little bit of vindication there, but it's very weird. What else do we have in the chat? David Officer's wondering why a spam bot is back. You can create multiple user accounts with the same username. You think if you named yourself John in YouTube that there's not already another John? You could make yourself CareyHolzman. YouTube doesn't care. It's your channel, your YouTube channel name, which is a bunch of letters and numbers that actually defines your channel, not the name you select that kind of, it's like a, what's the word? It kind of it's like a facade. So what you think is seeing the same account is not the same account. I can create an account and call it David Officer, and I can create another account and call it David Officer. I know the channels are actually different. If I choose the same avatar and the same name to anybody else, it might look like the same account keeps coming back after being banned, when in fact it's not the same account at all. YouTube lets these spammers and harassers create multiple accounts, and I suspect the reason for that is it makes YouTube look like they have more users than they really have. And that makes YouTube worth more to advertisers by claiming they have more eyeballs than they really have watching the ads. And when the advertisers wise up to this and start holding YouTube accountable, then they're going to pull their advertising. And YouTube's going to have to do the right thing. Right now, YouTube is doing the right thing for their pocketbook. But when the advertisers get wise to it and force YouTube to verify these accounts, then YouTube will have no choice but to have a much more thorough verification process. But for right now, it's in YouTube's benefit to have more users than they really have, because it increases the value of the advertising to that illusionary number of users. So you can understand why YouTube is not in any rush to correct that. The more fake accounts people make, the better it is for YouTube, until the advertisers wise up to it. But those are all different accounts. Every time you ban the account and it comes back with the same name, that's a different account. They just changed the name. It's probably a copy and paste on the name. It's real simplistic stuff, real super simple. You know, if you're 6 years old, I'm sure you could totally do that. Nobody intelligent does that. That's a very simple-minded, basic thing to do. And don't think much of it. They're not clever. They're probably extremely limited in their education. I knocked over a washer. Is that what I did? Oh, good. Good. A black washer on a black floor. I'm sure that'll be super easy for me to find. That's okay. We don't need them. How many do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. You're right. I'm a washer short. That's all right. We only need 8 of them. Maybe that's why they give us 8 extras that we can knock over and lose. I have no idea. Very strange. I'm going to try and figure out how I want to put this radiator in. Now, clearly, it's got to go in this way. And I think it might be easier for me, although not very visually exciting for you, for me to put this in with the case lying flat. You know, it's also, getting back to the spammers and bots, it's actually good for a content creator to have them. For the same reason it's good for YouTube. The illusion of having more people watching your videos is good for a content creator, right? When you see the number of views a video have, it doesn't differentiate those views being from spammers or bots from legitimate people. So if during this video we have, I don't know, 700 or 800 chat participants, YouTube doesn't come back and say, well, we're going to auto-correct that because 250 of those were spammers and bots. That's not how it works. And then, of course, when a potential advertiser sees how popular your channel is, then that's directly related to the value of what your channel is worth for them to pay for advertising. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if channels were actually paying spammers and bots to spam them in order to falsely create larger view numbers to their channel to add an illusionary value to potential sponsors to milk out of more money. Or would the word be bilk? Bilk or milk? I think it's the same. Anyway, that's why I say these are very simplistic people. They don't seem to understand. First of all, it's unlikely anybody's going to click. And secondly,
the benefit to YouTube and the content creator is the same whether they're real or fake. So if one bot has 200 accounts or 2,000 accounts or 200,000 accounts, that's all much better by YouTube's perspective and even a content creator's perspective for the reasons I just gave you. And that's going to need to change. There's going to become a time, I promise you, when the advertisers are going to be wising up to this and realize they're getting ripped off by YouTube and by content creators, by bots, falsely giving the wrong analytics to a channel. It's coming. Remember, I said it. Because what happens is the advertisers kind of have an idea of the kind of engagement numbers they should expect, and they know what their customer acquisition costs should be. And so if you're spending a certain amount of money to reach a certain amount of eyeballs, then statistically you should have a certain amount of sales. That's how you determine the value of what you're willing to spend. But if you're consistently getting fewer and fewer engagement from viewers, at some point the money's going to start running out, and you're going to say, wait a minute, what's going on here? Did we do the math wrong? And then the math is going to come back and they're going to say, no, the math is right. These just aren't real accounts. Then they're going to go to YouTube and say, give us a refund, you ripped us off. Or they might go to the content creator, and it could even become a huge lawsuit for deception and manipulation and deceptive business practices. And then it's going to be all over the news. And then YouTube revenues are going to fall because all the advertisers are going to run away like they did before with the adpocalypse that cost a lot of creators a lot of money because of YouTube's mismanagement of the ads. And then when the whole thing starts over again and content creators have no choice as to the business decisions YouTube makes that affects their direct quality of life and how much money you can make on YouTube because of their own greed. They don't care. They only care about their money. They don't care about your money. At least that's the impression they've left me with. And if anybody from YouTube would like to reach out and correct me, I won't hold my breath because that's never going to happen. They don't even know I exist. I just want to run these cables through the back right now. Need bigger workbench. Well, if I set the case up right, the cabling will be easier, but the installation of the radiator will be more difficult. But if I don't run the cables through, then the installation of the radiator will be more difficult because the cables are in the way. So no matter which way I choose, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge either way. So normally I do set the case up right, and you guys, can see a lot better from your perspective. And then that's the back plate. That's another issue. The back plate needs to be secured on with those plastic, these plastic pieces that I took off, go around this AM4 socket. I obviously have to do that before I can put the block on, but this has to go in first regardless. Trying to figure out where these fans are supposed to go. I think CORSAIR provides us. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know yet. We'll cross that bridge later. Because I have that CPU fan splitter still plugged in up here. I was debating whether or not to take it out, but I still might need it. Okay. How do I want to do this? I would have to stand at the opposite side of the table or the counter to give you guys a visual here. And I'm choosing not to do that right now because the proximity of the screws and my ability to secure this is pretty, these screws must not be. I'm going to guess that these screws are aluminum. The magnet is simply not holding them. So if I put the screw into the head of the driver, it will kind of stay, but if I move too quickly, it falls out, just like a non-magnetized screwdriver. But my screwdriver is magnetized, so it's got to be. Now look, on a lot of things involving liquid, they want to use non-corrosive metals. But the screw's not going in so deep that it goes into the channels of where the liquid flows. So that doesn't make any sense why they did that. It just makes it more difficult than it needs to be. So I'm going to try and start these couple of screws by hand. Once I get the first two, one on each side started, I should be able to do the rest with the driver. I'm supposed to put the washer on here, aren't I? That's all right. I can see why. The head of the screw looks like if it was angled just so, it'll fall right through the slot in the case. And that washer will give it a little more surface area. So what I'm going to do is just start these so it holds the radiator in place. And then I'll secure the other screws with the washers, and then I will take these two right back out once the other 6 are in and holding the radiator for me, so it won't fall out. And I don't need to tighten them, I just need them holding the radiator up for me. And now I can slide the radiator within the grooves to adjust it where I want the position. In other words, I can move the radiator further back, which I prefer not to do because of this fan and any proximity of reaching up into this corner to do any cabling work. I'd much prefer when I do builds to push the radiator as close to the front of the case as I can. But sometimes when you push it that far forward, the other slots on the top of the case are too far back for the holes. So then I have to pull it back at least till I can see the mounting hole through the slot. It's not one long slot running through the top of the case. It's 4 slots of varying lengths. So now I can use the washer and put it onto one of these shorter screws and then go ahead and secure them down as they should be. And hopefully by using 2 hands, I can hold the screw onto the end of the driver since the magnetism isn't working. Now, you know what? I still haven't slid this further. Wait, no, I got another problem. It's not aligned for some reason. It's sitting sideways. I've got to twist it. There it is. So I've got to push the back that way so it kind of straightens the radiator. It's sitting a little sideways. But again, I can hold the screw with one hand since the magnets aren't holding it, which is really harder than it needs to be. And prep the next one and repeat this 6 more times, 8 more times. Yep. I think I'm gonna put my glasses on. This one especially just keeps wanting to go sideways. You know what I think is happening is I think the cabling, like the 8-pin CPU power connector and stuff, is back there. And I think it's hitting the side of the radiator and it's pushing it out this way. And that's why the back of it's swinging out a little bit. And so putting the screws into it when it's properly aligned isn't hurting anything. It's just going to make sure it stays straight like it should be.
But it may mean that if we have to adjust some cables back there in the future, the radiator may have to come out. But that's pretty normal unless the case is very tall. Or you've got like the big beast build where we had that drawer that the radiator sat in. That was really nice. Makes any maintenance, upgrades, repairs really super easy. But it was also a gigantic case. I don't want to tighten that. I want to keep it a little bit loose because now that I've got these rear screws in, actually I'm going to start all the screws and then I can slide the radiator as far forward as the screws will allow this in the slot, and then I'll tighten it down. Because before the screws were in it, I was able to move the radiator beyond where the holes are in the case, and then it wasn't going to align. But yeah, these require two hands. One to hold the screw, and one to hold the driver. I still can't see. Here's one. Let's grab the other one. Maybe what fell wasn't a washer. Maybe what fell was a screw. I have the 8 long screws. Again, that's for adding fans to the other side in a push-pull config. We've got the 4 thumb screws that's used to secure the block. And then we have a bunch of washers left over, and I am missing one of the short screws. So let me grab a flashlight. Oh, you know what? It's right here, underneath my foot. Let's put a washer on that. Yeah, black screws and a black floor. I got lucky. If it would have rolled to the corners, I'd be looking for it for a while. It's not like I could just point a magnet at it and have it come to the magnet. These do not appear to be made of steel. You see a lot of fixtures and plumbing are brass, and they do that. Even though brass is a soft metal and it's easily stripped out if you over tighten it, it's anti-rusting, anti-corrosive, but it's a much, much softer metal. But you'll see that a lot in plumbing. Okay, that's as far forward as I can move the radiator. Now I'm going to take the first 2 screws out that I put in because I have to put washers on. But the other 6 screws are now secured, holding the radiator not only in place, but in the right position in the case where I want it. So this is relatively simple now. Of course, if this was an air cooler, we'd have been done 3 hours ago. But I have been spending a lot of time talking to you guys, and so this cooler installation, I would say, should take about an hour. If you've never done it before, and you're reading the instructions and you're seeing how it goes in, about an hour. If you've done them before and you're familiar with this installation process from CORSAIR on the same socket type, you might be able to do it maybe in about, I'm going to say, because of the RGB, I was going to say 20 minutes, but you'd have to work awfully quick. I think a half an hour would be reasonable just to handle this additional hookups of the. You need SATA power on this and a USB, plus you got to hook up this USB, plus that USB, plus the fans. I think just the cabling alone will take you 10 minutes, even if you're quick. But be that as it may, it's not a contest, it's not a race, and you should really take your time, enjoy your build, and make sure you don't rush through it, because that's how mistakes are often made. And so the time you save may end up costing you more time in redoing it or repairing it. So I wouldn't rush through it if I were you. You're not going to impress me because you did it quicker. You're going to impress me because you did it right the first time. Just double checking all the screws to make sure nothing has changed. Okay, now you're like, what has he been looking at? That's what it looks like. I have to put the back plate back on. That's going to go back here behind the CPU. And let's just set that in, and I'm going to have to hold that in with a hand while I put one of these little plastic brackets back on. Oh, this is going to be fun. Once again, by holding it up right, gravity just wants this little plastic piece to fall. If I set it down, then the motherboard backplate will fall. So the simple solution would be to set it down, sort of, but hold it with my hand, and just enough of an angle that I can put this piece on and it won't hopefully slide off. It still wants to slide off. All right, let's just keep lowering, lowering, lowering until it'll sit on its own. Come on, this is heavy. Why are you being so difficult? Okay. Now these are magnetized, and it pulled the screw right out from where I had rested it with my hand. I love it. Okay. So once again, like anything else, the more you do it, the better you're going to get, the faster you'll get. This is my first time with this particular cooler installation, so keep that in mind. Okay, so there's the one bracket, and the reason I put both screws in is that will hold the back plate in, so I don't have to hold it in anymore. And then we've got the other two screws to hold the other side in. I'm probably going to block the camera view this way too. I don't think I can win here, but I'm going to just try and get it done. Definitely a two-handed procedure. These wire ties stick to the magnet just fine. Let's get these out of the way. Like I say, clutter on the workbench is just not ideal to doing good work. It makes an easy job more difficult when there's obstacles in your way. Okay. Now the screwdriver is set to a pretty low torque setting of 3, so I just want to tighten those down a bit more because they're pretty critical. We want those to be nice and snug, a little more than snug to be honest. So I'll tighten those by hand and check the tension. You don't want to torque them down so much that you crack the plastic on them, but you definitely want more than the torque setting of 3 on these because they're what's holding the water block onto the top of the CPU, and there's got to be a certain amount of tension that puts these under pressure. Okie dokie, artichoke. Well, that shouldn't have been that difficult, but it's really a matter of being able to hold the radiator and the weight of it with one hand while trying to get the screws that are not magnetic or steel that will work with a magnet lined up with the right holes and slots in the case while at the same time making sure that you're not pinching any of the cables or blocking any of the cables. You've got 2 cables coming off of each fan in addition to the existing cabling back behind the motherboard. And then we've got more cables on the water block that we still have to get to. And we don't want to slam the water block up against the board or the video card while we're doing this, or it could damage any of that. So if it seems like I was slow, it's because I was being careful. If you're more careless, I'm sure you could do it faster. And this thing I'm not looking forward to. So basically, from what I can ascertain, these washers and screws that are left over are unnecessary, regardless of your CPU. Intel or AMD won't matter. You just don't need these. Like I say, these long screws, it's if you wanted to put another set of fans on the other side, but they don't give you those. It looks like the fan controller can handle it, but you'll have to buy those fans separately. And you're going to drop that radiator even further, which in this case, literally this case, will cause it to hit the RAM, and then the radiator won't fit anymore. So you'd have to make sure you have a case that has a lid high enough up away from the top of the board, or you would move the radiator to the front of the case, but that wouldn't even fit here either because the hard drive cages would then have to be removed, which is fine if you never want to put a hard drive in. So, pros and cons, pros and cons. I'm just trying to clear the bench, honestly, and I don't want to lose the screws, so I'll keep them with the rest of the kit. Oh, I missed one. Yeah, there should be 8. Okay, to secure the water block to an AMD CPU, traditionally, just from experience I'm talking now, traditionally the water blocks come with an Intel-based bracket attached, and you usually have to remove the Intel bracket from the bottom of the water block to do AMD builds. So I don't know what you can ascertain from that, but that's usually the way it's done, and I'm going to make that assumption now. We have a Threadripper retention bracket. We won't be using that ever. We have an Intel. This just says hardware. This is for a socket 1151, 1155, 1156, or socket 1200, not socket 1700. There does not appear to be any socket 1700 compatibility here, which is weird. Unless I'm not seeing it, it does not seem to support socket 1700. You would likely have to contact CORSAIR, and they would probably send you a kit for free, I'm guessing. You'd think by now it would be in the box. This last one, this one we actually need. This is the AMD socket for AM4, and so we aren't going to use any of this. This is all extra. And I'm going to move it away from the bench because my bench is very crowded and I need the space. But I'll make sure that that goes with the computer when it gets returned. So let's find out now what's in here. I don't know why this is put in this. This doesn't make any sense. What the heck is this? Oh, so this probably latches onto each side of the water block to replace the spacing of the screws here. I don't know how yet, but that's what it appears to be.
And then that's all there is in the bag. There's 4 standoffs. And then these 2 half of a bracket. Okay, so it's pretty simple. This bracket, so I'm going to take the plastic cover off that's been protecting our thermal compound. And this bracket just pulls straight off. This is the Intel bracket. Usually it's one piece. Sometimes you give it a quarter twist and it pulls straight off. But in this, with this water block, if you can see what I'm doing here, this just pulls straight out. And then this is going to pull straight on exactly where the other one came off, I think. But be careful not to touch the thermal compound. It won't be the end of the world, but it's just not going to work as well if you contaminate it. What am I doing wrong? It's not snapping on. Let me just visualize something here. If I'm going to plug this in, I think that these brackets have to go on the top and the bottom. Whoa! Okay, this whole piece comes off. That's news. Okay, so the block, that's really strange. I was not expecting that. Okay, so I'm trying to visualize where these hoses are going to go. So the hoses should go to the right, and that means I want the brackets to be up and down. And I need my glasses, my glasses. I want to look at that. That's pretty interesting. I've never seen anything like that before. But that's the normal size of a block. You know, this block is twice as thick, but this is obviously the LCD screen. I was just curious if these brackets say top or bottom or anything on them. I don't think it matters. Anyway, so if the hoses are going to come out from the side, then these brackets need to go on the top and the bottom. And they go in a lot easier that way. But you can see the spacing on the AMD brackets. Don't worry that I'm not going to confuse them with the Intel bracket. See, I can lay them right on top, but they're very different in their, if you look at, let me bring it up to the camera. The Intel brackets always kind of come out at an angle on the corners, and the AMD brackets always come straight out. So if you, I don't have the right screen up, I can't see. Hold on, let me switch OBS. I don't need these. Switch OBS. Okay, now I can see. All right. If you listen to what I just said, then you can tell me, is this an Intel bracket or is this an AMD bracket? And this bracket, is this an Intel bracket or is this an AMD bracket? This bracket, where the holes come out on an angle from the corners, and it's wider, that's Intel. This bracket, where the holes come straight down and it's narrower, that's AMD. So that's how you can tell. It's very easy. And that's universal. The socket isn't going to change because of the cooler. Okay, so those just slide on. Now, as a result, you should know that this cover that's protecting our thermal compound wasn't designed for the straight brackets. It's designed for the angled brackets, so this won't help us anymore. See? He's no good. So we're just going to have to be careful from this point forward to avoid that area. Now this piece is quite interesting. So apparently what CORSAIR has done is they've retrofitted an existing water block with a small computer monitor that you can display any image you want, or it'll display your temps or RPMs of the pump in big numbers on the screen, and you can probably rotate the screen in case your water block is on an angle, you know, if you've rotated the water block. When you load the iCUE software, I'm sure it allows you to rotate this, just as you can with the NZXT cooler here. That's an animated GIF that our community member Selden Bell created for theirs. And this will likely do the exact same thing in much the same way. It's like Ford and Chevy. I'm sure the iCUE software isn't going to be much different. from NZXT's software. And then this has the power cable, and it's got some connector here that's going to go. This is a proprietary connector that goes into something else, CORSAIR. We've got a one-wire CPU header cable. That's just so your computer won't tell you there's no CPU connected. And then we have a USB cable, and that's what enables the software to control and talk to the screen and probably give you RGB. Well, it's not going to control the RGB. The RGB fan controller will also have a USB cable. And that's how you can control the RGB on the fans, again, through the same software. But that explains why there's a USB splitter, so that many people would not have two free USB headers on their board. So I don't like this design. I don't think Corsair really thought this through. But they've made up for it by including a splitter, which to me is like a Band-Aid. I'm a little disappointed in that design. And it adds to the network of cables we've got to deal with. And the splitter doubles the thickness of the cable. So I'm basically using a fan splitter to power the two fans. And then I'm using a USB splitter to be able to control the LCD display here and the RGB display on the fans. Now this might have fan power and not just RGB. It does. So I don't need the fans. Okay, so I do not need the fan splitter because this is going to get power from the power supply. And then let me bring this up to the camera and I'll show you how this works. And this is a Corsair thing, although many other RGB fan controllers are similar. The Corsair one, on one side, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 headers. And these are for somebody with glasses. Just look again here. So these are your RGB plugs. So each fan needs an RGB plug. So we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans. But the fans also need power. So on the other side, it just says fans, but what it's really meaning is power. And these are standard 4-pin fan connectors here. So you'll have 6 connectors to power the fans. You'll have 6 connectors for each RGB on the fan. And then you've got this wide proprietary connector which matches the water block that's got to plug into this. And then this has to plug into the power supply cable. And this has to plug into the USB splitter. And the water block plugs into the USB splitter. And then the USB splitter plugs onto the motherboard. And then you have to secure this with double-sided tape somewhere behind the motherboard, or maybe the bottom of the case, or wherever you've got some room where you can hide it. And then you've got to manage all those cables with a whole bunch of zip ties and patience. So this is a cable management nightmare, but it's going to look amazing. It'll look just like this one right here, only it'll be Corsair instead of NZXT. And the cable management on this one was not any easier, to be honest, except I don't have to have this stupid controller. And that's what really upsets me, because this takes a lot of room and it's difficult to hide, and the cables are relatively thick, and you're likely to have a problem with interference with your case panel, or with just manipulating the cables through a route that hides them because of how thick they are. But these are the Intel brackets. We won't need these, and I'm going to just put them over here with the rest of the parts we don't need. There's a small connector right here inside of this cover that when it seats on top of the water block, there's a connector on the water block that just connects it in, and that's how it's communicating with the pump. That's how we can get like the rotational speed of the pump and data that way that can be displayed on the screen, or we can put an image on the screen. This is not an AMD situation. This would be the same cable management situation regardless if it was Intel or AMD. That's just the design of the pump. We're going to use the same pump and the same fan controller and the same fans and the same screen on an Intel chip. So the cable management is nothing at all to do with AMD. Okay,
So what do I want to do next? Oh, I wanted to take that CPU power cable. That's the splitter. I wanted to take that off. You see, I was asking about that before I put the radiator in, because the radiator is sort of in the way now. And I don't want to take it back out just to remove a cable. So I'm hopeful that I'll be able to figure out a way to reach up there. I think I can. And then in theory, figure out how I can get this cable out. So with the radiator out of it, this would have been a no-brainer, super easy, barely an inconvenience. But with the radiator in place now, it's much more difficult to finagle the cable to get it out through the cable management hole, because I can't see it. I gotta feel it. It's gonna snag on everything, and if it snags on a connector, it's gonna bend the pins. So don't use too much force. It should come out easily if you got the right angle. And then when I need to put the other CPU connector onto that header, it's going to be difficult because I can't see it. A case that's taller, what raises the radiator and the fans up higher above the top of the motherboard, would be ideal. But those cases are usually a bit more expensive. They're obviously larger, taller, heavier. Okay, there's our, you could see the time that it's spent in that position. It's kind of remembered it. So, and it's straightened out. Nothing wrong with it. I'll put it in the drawer if I ever need a fan splitter. Spare parts. Once again, trying to keep the workbench area clear so I don't knock stuff over, and makes it a little less frustrating to work on. When it comes to this little box, as I've explained already, and I better grab up my glasses, it doesn't really matter where you plug these fans in. I would recommend, if you're going to use power off of the number 1, then you should use the RGB off number 1. It'll just make your life a lot easier. But if you want to start at number 3, I mean, just make sure they're both at the same, because each fan has 2 cables. Now, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it just seems to me it's going to be a nightmare to work on it if fan 4 dies and you've got it plugged into fan 2 on the RGB and fan 4 on the power. It'll work, but it'll be difficult for you to decrypt that when you're trying to replace one of the fans. And we can start at number 6 or at number 1. And I don't know, I kind of want to start at number 6, just because it's closer to where all the cables are going to be. If I start at number 1, then the cables have to run up along. It's just ugly. My OCD says start with 1, and my logic says that's going to look messy. But you know what? I can move it later. So let's just follow the OCD here. So that's number 1, and it says 2 RGB. And the connectors are different. You can't plug the RGB on this side. It won't fit. But we do want to match up number 1 and number 2 to the RGB. That's confusing. Which one is power? This one with the black label is power. It's just like a CPU fan header. It's keyed in the same way, and we'll plug that onto the opposite side. So these 2 are the same fan. Then I'll hook up the second fan. There's the RGB, and there's the fan power. Right? You understand why I'm complaining about the cable management? It's just, oh, that's not going to be fun. And then we've got, we need CPU power, a SATA connector here. And then the USB is going to plug one of these here. And what's interesting is this is keyed, but this is not keyed. There's no notch. However, there is a missing pin and a blocked pin, so you still can only plug it in one way, right there. And then the water block, or the LCD screen, is going to plug into the other side, and then this part is going to plug into the motherboard. So we have to figure out a way to route this cable through one of these cable management holes out to the front of the board where our where our USB header is. So if I just shove that in there, oh, that's going to be ugly. So I got these giant plugs, and there's no way I can think of to get them flush against the back of the case.
And if I push them through the other side, then you can see them. Which is worse? And our USB plugs are all the way over here. So I don't have a choice. This isn't going to reach unless I push it all the way through. Rats. Yeah, this is probably the worst part of it. Now, I suppose you wouldn't have to use the splitter. You could, I do have 2 USB ports down here. But I'd have to get from the block up here, up to hide the cables to go up to the top, then come all the way back down again through this hole and then back over, and I'll bet you the cable's not long enough to do that for the USB. So I think I have to use the splitter due to the length I have to run. So the splitter puts it all back out the back, and then I can lift it up if I have to, or raise the cable up if the cable on the block is a bit shorter. But I'm making an assumption, I won't know until I try, but if the cable's long enough, then I don't have to use the splitter. I can just plug one cable into one USB port and the other cable into the other. The missing pin is on the top on this motherboard, so that determines the orientation of the plug. Because there's no notch on it, it will only plug in one way, and it just fits in with friction. You just push it in. That locks it down. Now, to secure the block to these brackets is going to require, wait a minute, these are standoffs, not clips. The instruction showed clips. These are not the parts the instruction showed, because what this is implying is the standoff would go into the back plate, not these plastic clips. They would go in, and they would go through this bracket, and then they would be secured by these thumb screws. That's what I'm seeing, but that is not what the instructions stated. So let's take another look at those instructions, because either I'm remembering it wrong or I've misinterpreted them. So let's just take a quick look one more time at the installation instructions and see one more time what they say regarding the water block installation. So that's the Intel installation. You can tell because these pieces come out at an angle from the corners. The AMD ones are straight vertical. And let's keep looking here. See, it says there's 2 AMD screw clips. That was not in our AMD bag. We did not get that. We did get this. No, we didn't get that mounting bracket either. Now, you might say you put on the STR4 bracket, but this bracket is narrower on one side and wider on the other. Do you see how these holes are further apart than these holes? And the bracket we put on does not look like that. It's even on both sides. These holes, it's an exact symmetrical look. This is asymmetrical. And I don't have the alternative pump cap. That's interesting. The instructions do not match. Installing the AM4 mounting bracket, that's what we have. Remove the integrated Intel mounting, we did that. Install by pushing both sides, we did that. The rest of these are other languages, French, Denmark, Netherlands, Polish, what's PT? I don't know. Spain, Italy. I don't know what PT and PL are. This might be Polish, and this might be, I'm not even gonna guess. And that's it, that's all it tells us. Okay, let me reduce my zoom here just to see. It says this is your Intel bracket, this is your AMD bracket. This is not our AMD bracket. We do not have that bracket. So did I pull up the wrong documentation? Remember, I said it didn't say Capellix on the Amazon website. It just calls it an iCUE H100i Elite. So maybe these aren't the right instructions.
Or maybe they updated the cooler install and didn't change the documentation, but that doesn't seem likely. Let me take another look for, let's search Google for iCUE H100i Elite, but I don't want Capellix, just Elite. Everything comes up as Elite Capellix. I don't think this is a Capellix cooler, and I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you proof, or proof that I'm wrong. Let's take a look at the box one more time and see if it has the word Capellix anywhere on the box. All right, super chilled. H100i Elite LCD. Oh, maybe I got to type in Elite LCD. Extreme performance, 240 millimeter liquid CPU cooler, LCD liquid. Nowhere does the word Capellix appear on this box. Other than that, it looks exactly like a Capellix. If you look at the Capellix model and look at this model, they are virtually indistinguishable except for the LCD screen. So maybe that's the difference. Some of those weren't the right manuals or instructions. Let me take another look, and we'll type in Elite LCD in the search and then the word manual and see if that gives me any better luck. Ah, yes, I do have a manual here. And this is from a manuals website, not from Corsair's website, but that might just be fine. Let's capture that screen and show it to you. This is at manuals.plus, whatever that is. Looks like they want to sell it to us. I don't know what all this open stuff. This says Capellix. What is happening right now? Does this match our installation kit? It does not. No, wait a minute. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's our brackets. There's our screws. There's our splitter for the USB. That's Intel. And wow, there's a lot of advertising in here. That's all Intel. So where's AMD? Oh, goody. They made it super tiny. What is going on here? Look at all these parts. What is this? Putting together an HVAC system and a Honda Accord? I don't know what this is. That's way too much going on there. What the heck is this? I'm going to click on it. I'm probably going to regret that. I wasn't far. Okay, that's advertising. So you know what? Never mind. Let's try and find the actual documentation direct from Corsair. We want to see Corsair up here, not Manuals Plus. That's a rookie mistake there. That's bad Google foo. But they're paying Google, obviously, to come up as a first result. So let me look again. The second link is from Corsair, and it does have a product number, which is likely what we should have searched under, which is simply CW-9060061-WW. I mean, that's all you had to do was type that in. Okay. So this takes us to Corsair's website, and see now we're up at Corsair.com. iCUE H100i Elite LCD, not a Capellix. The Capellix doesn't have an LCD screen. Otherwise, it's a Capellix. You got that? No confusion at all. And guess what? This just took us to a page where we can buy it direct from Corsair. It doesn't take us to any documentation. Lovely. Let me copy this. We'll highlight that and we'll hit Control-C to copy it. And then let's do a search within the Corsair website for that. Let's see what it says. RGB pump caps. So I guess you can just buy the cap to make your Capellix an LCD screen if you want to spend $100 just for the screen. You can buy a large computer monitor for a lot less money than that. And it's not taking us anywhere to support. Huh. That's probably going to take us right where we were. product page should come up, and there should be a support option because they didn't include any documentation. Here we go. Downloads, support. Maybe it's under downloads. And we want to look for the manual. That's the software, the iCUE software. And that's also software. That's not it. Support. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Downloads. It did say documentation, but it's just a quick start guide. Oh, PT is Portuguese. AR is Arabic. RU would be Russian. SC would be South Korean would be SK, right? I don't know what that is. Italian, Polish, Netherlands, Dutch, French, English. AMD, AM4. Okay. Much better than another website. Okay, we installed the AMD bracket. We installed the fans and radiator. The washers are letter M, see? So they don't use more than 8 washers, even though they've given us 16, even in this manual. To prepare the motherboard, take the bracket off. I guess I should have left it off. And yes, the standoffs go directly into the backplate, as I anticipated they would. And then the thumb screws secure the water block onto the opposite end of those standoffs, as I thought they would. So that makes a lot more sense, and that's where experience comes into play, right? Because that's what I was expecting. I was thrown because the other manual had us securing the water block with clips. And I'm not a fan of that method. I think it's just not good. That's the way the Silverstone cooler mounted. And it did fine, but it's just a little hokey. I'd much rather secure things down with screws than with clips for security reasons. Clips can break. You know, those plastic brackets do get brittle over time. And I've certainly seen a number of AMD CPUs where the cooler, this is especially true on the Athlon XP AMD CPUs, the cooler would be attached with a metal support bracket onto the plastic clip, and over time, with all that tension and the Arizona dry weather, the plastic becomes brittle, it cracks off. Maybe the user hears it, maybe they don't. It could happen at night when the computer's off. Then you go to turn the computer on, and the fan's turning, but now the cooler's hanging off one clip, and it's not cooling the CPU anymore, and those CPUs did not have any thermal protection. And then what would happen is you'd smell something burning, and by then you've reached over 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and the ceramic casing that is the core of this, the whole CPU casing is usually ceramic for high heat. It'll crack in half, absolutely crack in half, split the die right in half. And then, you know, it's not a warranty issue, although normally it wouldn't happen within a warranty period. This takes time. But regardless, it's not a warranty issue. And then you have to buy a new CPU, and you have to get those brackets replaced. And by the time you invest all this money, if you can find a new CPU by then, you might as well just buy a new motherboard, which typically means you got to buy more RAM because you might have gone from DDR2 to DDR3. Anyway, it's a mess. With screws, you tighten them down, they stay tight, you're done. Not a fan of the clips, just so I'm clear. Ricky B contributes $5, says he went to the Corsair website and found installation for this cooler, and Corsair's list of parts shows only 8 washers for the H100i. Well, we have 16. So that's what I like about making videos, is there's really nothing up for debate. So there's no misunderstanding. You saw what I saw. Okay, unless there's something in my Gatorade and I'm seeing double, in which case I better get some more Gatorade. So those brackets I put on and I tighten down, I have to take off now. I'll tell you, here's what I'm going to do. If I take both brackets off, the plate is going to fall off
So I think I'm going to take off either the top or the bottom bracket and then replace it with the 2 standoffs on each, one on each side. That way the plate won't fall off when I take off the bottom bracket and use the other 2 standoffs. Huh? Genius. Because I tighten those screws so tight, I have to turn the screwdriver all the way up or it'll just hit the clutch. Okay, so that's back out again because I had nothing else better to do but install unnecessary parts and then take them back out again. It's getting late. Both ends of the standoff are exactly the same, so you don't have to worry about using one side or the other. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and put those in where these screws were. There's no tool for this other than your fingers, so you've got to have good dexterity, and these are not turning very easily. Let me just flip it the other way just to make sure I'm not lying here. The threads should be the same. Apparently the threads are not the same. Okay, well, that made a liar out of me. There's fine threads on one side and coarse threads on the other. I don't know whose decision this was at Corsair, but Corsair has control over what size threads these thumb screws require. And guess what? Some genius at Corsair decided to not match the thread type. And you'd think the coarse thread would be preferred. It's a stronger, thicker thread. And that's what AMD wants in the bracket, is the coarse side. But some genius engineer at Corsair said, let's use the fine thread for the thumb screw. Now I'm going to take this up to the camera, and I want to show you, because you can't see it with any detail from that distance. You got to appreciate just how much detail you've got to be looking at when you decide to choose this cooler to install on an AMD bracket. Can you see, let's see if I can hold this so you can see the different type of thread at the top. They look identical, don't they? But if you look very, very closely, the thread at the top is coarse and the thread at the bottom is fine. And this here on my thumb, that's thermal compound that I somehow, that's not off the new cooler. That's when I was cleaning it up. Remember I said how it gets all over everything and it's hard to get off? Yeah. So, coarse thread on top, fine thread on bottom. Coarse thread goes into the CPU socket, and the fine thread is what the thumb screw screws onto. That's a fine thread. It will not thread onto this side. So that is dumb, and there's nothing on here to indicate direction, like a down arrow to say this side towards the motherboard. Nothing. Now, you wouldn't have this problem on an Intel board, so I don't know why they chose to do this. Well, I take it back. You might have this problem on an Intel board. I think an Intel board is also coarse. So this was a really bad decision. There's no reason Corsair should have to do this. It should have been the same thread on each side to avoid the installation difficulties that I'm going through right now. It's just unnecessary and unjustifiable. It also adds to the expense in manufacturing when you've got to design one end differently from the other end. If both ends are designed the same, then they can go through a machine in theory, much faster. However, I don't know their manufacturing process, and maybe they're doing it in a different way. I just think it's stupid. Why do I think it's stupid? Because it's not necessary. They could have just made both threads the same and just made sure that these were configured for the coarser thread. That makes no sense to me. It's like, is there a way that we can make this more expensive and more difficult for the installer? Well, we could design it with different threads on each side, but make it so minute that you'd have a very close
You need a very sharp eye and look at it very close to see any difference. That should throw even people with good vision for a little bit of a loop. How much does that add? Oh, quite a bit of cost. Okay, let's do that. That sounds good. We don't want to make it too easy. I think that's what the conversation was like, if I have to imagine it in my head. Okay, take the bottom plastic bracket off. See, magnetized, sticks to the driver. Okay, you go there. And I gotta remember to turn this down, or I'll be ripping the heads off of screws later. Now these, you don't need to torque these down. You wanna, when you tighten these down into this back plate, just get them as tight as your fingers will allow. Don't get any tools. You can crush the motherboard. The back plate is going to remain loose for a reason. And that is when these brackets screw on to the opposite side, so the fine thread is going to come through this hole. And then what's going to happen is when you put this thumb screw on it, it's going to put downward pressure onto those brackets, and it's going to sandwich, it's going to force the back plate to move up and meet it. And so that's going to create the tension we need on the CPU for the effective heat transfer. So unlike other coolers where you're told to tighten them down really tight, in this case, even if you tighten these down as tight as you can get them, the bracket's still going to be, this back plate is still going to be loose. See, that won't go any further. Look how much movement the back plate has. Okay, and what's going to happen when we tighten this down is as we tighten that thumb screw, it's going to pull the bracket towards it. And as we tighten it and tighten it and tighten it, it's going to push that back against the motherboard and make a nice sandwich right there. And that is really disturbing that it's that loose. You'd think there'd be something, but that's, again, I think they had the same meeting probably at Corsair, and they said, the amount of pressure that the water block has on the top of the heat spreader on the CPU needs to be within certain variables set by the engineers at Intel. We have to do that. So how do we get within those that amount of pressure? And they said, well, we can develop a way where instead of designing the right screw length, what we can do is kind of ballpark it and just let the end user use their muscles to make up the difference. And in that way, they can be a little concerned that things aren't fitting tight, but we'll tell them that's normal and by design, because it'll be kind of funny to see them have all this anxiety for no reason at all, simply because we didn't want to give them the peace of mind that comes with securing things during the installation process like we could have, but we choose not to. It's just too easy and makes it too simple. I think that's what the conversation was like at Corsair. Now, I like Corsair, don't get me wrong, but every company has got some people in charge making decisions. You know what I'm talking about. That shouldn't be, right? And I think that's the case here. Something's going on. Very, very strange. Somebody said, we're going to use clips on the AM4 on this cooler, but we're not going to use the clips on that cooler. Which is it? Can you make up your mind? Can you pick one? That's what I think the answer was. I think he just said, we want to make more parts. It costs money to fabricate original parts. If we keep making the same part in bulk, it's only going to be cheaper and easier. So let's not do that. It's the same AM4 socket. It's the same AM4 socket that uses the clips, that uses the screws. And we pulled up an instruction manual for a cooler that's remarkably similar to this one that has a completely different mounting technique for the exact same CPU. If we were dealing with a different company, like if we were comparing an NZXT cooler to a Corsair and the NZXT used the clips and the Corsair used the screws, fine. But Corsair uses the clips on one, uses the screws on the other. Make up your mind. Me personally, I prefer the screws. But this is disturbing to see that much play. But that's normal for this type of design. So get over it. I guess I'm telling me that. I'm kind of upset by it. We don't have that kind of manufacturing precision. All right. So this is going to go this way, right? And that's going to go right on top of these standoffs. And then I can start one right here. Just like this. Come on now. Trying to keep downward pressure. Normally you would do this with the case laying down. I'm doing this so you can see my back apparently. I like to show off the back of my head. It's my best feature. Okay, just need to get it started. You don't want to tighten them down because as it creates that tension, it's going to make it harder to start the other ones. So just get them started. A couple of turns is all you need here. And you'll see I've got to use quite a bit of downward force to bend that bracket to get it to reach the screw underneath, and then that's why I don't want to tighten these too much yet until I get all 4 screws or thumb screws started. And the most difficult one is always going to be the last one because now we've got the 3 seated, which is going to pull this one up. So you are going to have to put some downward pressure, and this one wasn't too bad. Now, once they're started, we're going to grab a regular screwdriver and we're going to tighten those all down. And we should use a star pattern. Go opposite corners so that we don't have any warpage that we can't see. If the cooler is sitting cattywampus, we won't be able to see that, but our temperatures will skyrocket and we'll say, I don't know why that happened. Now, I do have videos where I have demonstrated where that has happened, where the cooler looks like it's installed correctly, but when I took it off, the thermal compound, it had like a manufacturing pattern on it that was not interrupted. And that means the compound never even touched the top of the CPU to smear it. So that was an easy problem to identify, but not an easy problem to fix. In that scenario, we had a Corsair cooler, and it looks like the end user bought a new cooler and was too lazy for whatever reason, I don't know, and didn't change the mounting on the back of the board, and they just bought a new cooler and connected it, and it wasn't the right back plate, so the screws weren't the right, and anyway, it was just a big mess. And I couldn't get the part in time, so I ended up replacing the entire cooler, even though it was a brand new cooler, because I didn't have the right mounting kit. And there was nothing I could do to make it sit right. And if the customer wanted it done in a relatively short amount of time, the fastest thing would be to grab a brand new cooler with a complete mounting kit and start again. Now, as I tighten these screws, it's pulling that back plate closer. I do opposite corners. And you see, I don't have to turn these with a lot of force. It will come to a dead stop. Then after you've done all 4, go back and double check, because sometimes the screws will loosen a little bit. As you tighten other corners, opposite corners may get a little looser. And we're just going to go around one more time, and we make sure that those are snug. And guess what? The bracket doesn't move anymore. You don't hear it moving. We are now secured on top of the CPU. Now here we have the LCD screen and the cables that this requires, which are, how many cables? 3 cables. Let me get the wire tie out of the way, because that's just, the wire tie looks like the cables. Great. You could have used a white wire tie. All right. So this part, this is going to plug into that fan controller. This right here is going to plug into the USB. That is a nice long cable. We'll have to see what happens with that. And this single wire here is going to plug in to your CPU fan header to report to your motherboard that there's a CPU fan connected. Some boards won't boot. They'll protect your CPU if they don't detect a CPU fan. That's why there's only 1 wire on it. Now this piece just clips on top, as I mentioned before, or found out by mistake. That little connector plugs into that little plug, so it has to go on in this direction. The cutout is for the hoses, so it's not super difficult to figure out which orientation. And that
should snap on. And it's pretty loose. It feels like it's clicking on the bottom, but not on the top, and that's where the connector is. And that may be the only thing holding it on. Again, not a fan of how loose this is. This little CPU fan, remember I mentioned getting up in there behind the radiator was going to be difficult? Well, here we are. And then this cable and this cable, which are together in this braid, split after about, what is that, a foot and a half of cable? That's got to be routed somewhere where we're not going to see it, because this is ugly. Which means I have to find the wire management hole up behind the radiator, and the radiator's in the way. I don't know how I'm going to do this part, but let me clear off this stuff from the counter and grab a flashlight in my glasses. And once we hook that up, we should be able to turn this machine on and, run Prime 95 on it. I'm not going to install the iCUE software and mess around with the screen because it's 11:30 at night and my video has been running now, for 4 hours. So I think here in the next few minutes we should be able to wrap this up and verify everything works. As for the configuration, the software, the RGB settings, getting the little screen, like by default the screen should probably show something, I don't know what. But if we want to put the logo in there or something, we do that through the software. And I don't want to spend too much time on it. My sister is certainly technical enough that if I'm running low on time, she could absolutely load the software and configure it. I could at least load the software and verify that it's communicating. But other than that, I don't want to spend much time configuring, the screen and stuff. So as far as getting up behind that radiator, I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so this is the CPU fan, and it needs to go somehow, some way. I've got to figure out how I can get up in there. How's this going to happen? So, man, if I had a case with a pull-out drawer, that would be wonderful. I could just slide the radiator out of the way. If I had a case that was taller, it kept the bottom of the radiator and fans away from the top of the motherboard, this would just plug in 2 seconds. But the case choice is very important if you want to install a liquid cooler and you don't want to have to go through all this hassle. Could I have put the block on first and the radiator in second? I don't know. That would be kind of difficult with the radiator hanging. But maybe. Not quite sure which directions, which order the directions had it in. But again, it really is dependent on the case. So the directions may not really be relevant as far as order goes of putting the radiator or block on, depending upon the variables of the case you're using. Yeah, this is difficult. Let me think. I'm thinking if I might need to get this through first. This might be easier. That radiator is seriously in the way, like in a major way with this case. You see my cable management hole, there's only one. And it's wherever those cables are coming out from the top. It's only about that big. Again, Be Quiet could have made that much larger or given us more, multiple holes, but they only give us the one behind the board. So I got to force all my cables. I got to find this hole right here between my fingers. There's no other holes up here behind the board. That sucks. There's sometimes shortcomings you can find on cases that you don't realize until you do an upgrade, and that's when you can start to appreciate the value of other case designs, even though those cases may cost more. You'll start to understand why it's worth paying the extra money. And if you've got customers waiting and you want to do several jobs today and this job ends up taking all day and you have to postpone the other jobs for tomorrow, and tomorrow's jobs you postpone to the next day after that, you can understand how it could get very upsetting very quickly. Regardless of how familiar you are, let's say I've installed this particular cooler a dozen times, if it's not in the same case, I'm going to exercise the same frustrations depending on the limitations of each case design. So it's not like the experience of having done it before is going to be helpful unless I did it with the same case and the same cooler. In that scenario, I could probably do it much faster. So if I were working in a corporate environment where all the employees had the same workstations and we were installing all the same parts and all the same cases, I could be much faster. On the other hand, in a corporate environment, you wouldn't be installing a liquid cooler, let alone one with an LCD screen and RGB. So that's sort of a non-starter anyway. David Martinez hops in. He says, hello. Master Singleton says the SC language listed in the manual is simplified Chinese. I don't know what Chinese is. I know what Mandarin is, and I know what Cantonese is, but I'm not familiar of a language called Chinese. I don't know what that means. Strange. Ah, boy, some of you guys are funny. Boy, the chat room really quieted down, huh? You guys get quiet at night, or did we just lose a bunch of viewers? Well, we still have 257 people watching after more than 4 hours. That's impressive. All right, let me think here. Let me think how am I going to do this. How I want to do this. I could take the radiator out. That'll be fun. And then let it hang out of the side, and I can run the cables super easy and then put the radiator back in. But that sucks. You know what? I think I'm going to do it. You know, it's more labor, but I think it'll be faster than me trying to fish a wire through a hole in the back of the radiator that I can't see. So again, I get to undo work I've already done, but nothing makes me happier than to do the same thing 3 times. Just trying to keep the washers with the screws, so I don't know. The washers are staying behind, and I don't want them to drop. So this is becoming a little tedious. So that's not a fault of the cooler installation, that's a fault of the case design, just so we're clear. Sometimes a case will be advertised as liquid cooler ready, but it doesn't mean it's easy. It could be that you really have to stand on one foot while patting your head and rubbing your tummy all at the same time in order to make it all fit right. So they didn't lie. It did work, but it wasn't easy. And I think that's what happened here. I'm really starting to have some disdain for Be Quiet. I'm really, really feeling it. Okay, we'll get those last screwed out. Okay. And we're going to lower the radiator gently. I don't want it to hit the video card, and I don't want it to hit the block. And now we're pulling all of the fan cables out. But they're plugged in, so they're not going anywhere. And then I'm going to run the USB cable for the block. Boy, this is really very difficult. I'm dealing with a very very small hole back here. The Be Quiet was not very generous with any consideration to cabling coming out from a block or a radiator fans. So that's disparaging. So that's our USB cable. Let's try and pull as much of that through as possible so it doesn't pull back out. I'm still holding the radiator with my other hand so that it doesn't just fall. Oh, and look, I've somehow managed to run the cable around the hoses instead, behind the hoses instead of around them. So I get to pull it out and do it again, because you can't remove the hoses. And these fan cables are getting in my way. Okay, now I'm complaining. This is ridiculous. Way harder than it needs to be. It's not like cutting holes costs money. They would have saved money by not using so much material, but they were not generous with this case design for cable consideration. So I would not put a liquid cooler in a Be Quiet case, at least not these last couple I've worked on. They are not friendly to the installation of liquid coolers. It can be done, but you can see it's quite the unicycle ride here. Oh, now the cable's too fat to fit through the cable management hole. Oh, I can't wait to see what surprises await us. It's just stupid. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, you can, come on. What is happening right now? There it goes. There it goes. Just takes a little bit of motivation. Wow, that is just awful. This cable has a twist and it looks terrible. And I'm trying to straighten the twist and it doesn't want to straighten. Come on. Okay. That's better. And then finally, the one last cable I've got. I know you can't see anything, so I'm going to try and describe it. I've got the little CPU header plug here, which is very long, and I either have to cable manage it now before I put the radiator back in, which is going to require another set of hands, or I can try and run this cable. I don't want to do that. Let me turn it. Can I turn it? Oh, the weight of this radiator scares me. It's really putting a lot of stress on those fan cables. Let me just turn it so you can see where my frustrations are. We got that long single cable going to the CPU fan header, which is going to look ugly if I don't do something about it now before I put the radiator back in. So let me gently turn this back around. What do I want to do here? So what I'm thinking is I can take the spare cable and just push it out the cable management hole through the back of the tray, or I can grab a zip tie, but then you're going to see it unless I strategically zip tie it up by the connector where the radiator is going to cover it. So the easiest thing that I can do is if I can get the cable through the wire management hole, and I did, and then pull it away from the RAM, and then use a zip tie, back here where I've created the loop. That's going to hide it the best. Okay. Now I can put the radiator back in. The radiator with the non-magnetized screws. Right. Gotta use my hands. So when I bring the radiator back up, understand that I've got a lot of cable here that's going to snag. So I need to pull the fan cables by hand, because if I don't, I could pinch them and they could be hanging out and they're going to look ugly. And to unpinch them, I will have to take the radiator back out. Remember, this is a case design issue. This is not a radiator flaw or a liquid cooler design flaw. This case should not have been made or advertised or promoted or encouraged for the use of liquid coolers, because this level of manual labor and having to remove and reinstall things to make them fit because you have to put them in a certain order is not normal in the industry. And speaking, have been in the industry for over 30 years. When I tell you it's not normal, I'm telling you that is not normal. I'm telling you from experience that having to jerry rig or what's the word I'm looking for? Having to kludge the system together suggests that it really wasn't designed well for this purpose. So if it's not designed well, then why do it at all? You know, why not make another case that offers a much smoother installation method with cable consideration, and you know, not drooping over the, hanging over the top of the motherboard, blocking access to the cabling, and charge a little more money for it, and then absolutely take away any top design that would host a radiator to prevent the or encourage anybody from going through this experience. But Carey, somebody might just want that case with that cooler. Well, too bad. They can't have it. That's what I'd say. Buy the right case if you want to use this cooler. Or for that matter, any cooler. Like I said, there's nothing unique about this installation method. The case just doesn't make it easy. It's almost like the folks at Be Quiet were like, yeah, you could put a cooler in there. Good luck with that. Have a nice day. In fact, you could put a 280 millimeter cooler in there if you want. Sure, we can add a few extra holes for that. Okay, besides adding the holes, what about the fans and everything? Oh no, that's not our problem. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. When we talk about bad design, this is the epitome of bad design for cases. Let's say we wanted to put a longer cooler. Okay, the top of the case has slots in top going all the way nearly to the front of the case. Let me bring up my OBS and I can tilt the case down and I'll show you where the design flaws are here. And if you never installed a liquid cooler in this case, you wouldn't realize these design flaws were even existed. But if we look at the top of the case, look at all these grooves. Now these grooves, so this is a 240 millimeter radiator, this is a 280. If we go all the way to the front, you can see they've carved out a little area here for the radiator to fit in to this slot, except it only goes this far. So I don't know what you're supposed to do once you've reached this, but then you've got this panel that's designed to hold like a CD, DVD drive, something like that, which you clearly couldn't put in here because the radiator's in the way, but yet they've given you the slots up here for the screws. What? What? Does it make any sense? I really don't think they know what they're doing. I think they're just making stuff up. They've got somebody in charge of their engineering that doesn't apparently know what they're doing. Over and over and over again, I keep running into these massive shortcomings with these Be Quiet products, and I'm really, really tired of it. Can you tell? Thank goodness I have the electric driver and I'm not getting carpal tunnel syndrome or repetitive stress disorder taking these 8 screws in and out and in and out. All right. So we got to plug the USB cable into the USB splitter for the water block, which is, let's see, there's the USB cable to the fan controller, which for some reason is all twisted. Okay, so these are the cables we just ran through. So there's the USB cable here. Oh, this cable management's gonna be a joy. We're gonna plug the USB cable in here, like so. There it goes. And then we've got this large connector with a white paint square on it. That's gonna line up with the white paint square there. That's pretty straightforward. I can appreciate straightforward. Those just line up and that just clicks into place. And then the last thing we have to do is give this some power using a standard SATA power cable, and we're done. Unless we did something wrong. So, people ask me, they say, how come you don't like using modular power supplies? Why do you discourage it? And I say, well, let me tell you what happens when you're in business. When you're in business and you're working for a client and they've got a modular power supply and you're adding something that the system didn't have before and you need another cable, what do? You say to the customer, can you give me the extra power supply cables? And the customer goes, what? So when I built this computer for you 2 years ago, I gave you a motherboard box. And in the motherboard box, there were manuals, screws, and cables that weren't needed for your build at that time. But I told you to put the box away in case we would need it for a future upgrade or repair. But there's nothing in it you need when I delivered the computer. Do you remember the conversation? If it's a company, they're like, I didn't work here back then. I think you talked to Susie and she doesn't work here anymore. I don't know where she put those boxes. Okay. So I may have driven for an hour in the car to get here. I brought my screwdriver and I brought all the equipment I need. But I wasn't anticipating you had a modular power supply, and the cables can be different and frequently are different from one power supply manufacturer to another. So it's not like I carry around a bunch of different power supply cables. So if you could find that box, that would be great. Okay, well, when can you come back? Because we're really busy today. I guess I can drive home for an hour and then come back and drive another hour on another day when you find the cables so I can do the work I came here to do. And so I get pretty angry. But Carey, couldn't you just attach all the modular cables and zip tie them to the bottom of the case like you do with a regular power supply? I could, but then that defeats the point of having a modular power supply, which is you only plug in the cables you need, so you have less cable management and clutter in the case, negating the whole point of having a modular power supply. But could I have done that? I could have. Could I have selected a non-modular power supply? I could have. I had this one laying around and I used it. And as you can see, it's now bit me on the ass. So I cannot go any further with this. And had I realized that 4 hours ago, I wouldn't have started this project because there's no way I can complete it by tomorrow. But other than that, everything's great. So you enjoy that modular power supply. And I hope you find your cables when you need them. But if I'm working on a system for a customer, I strongly advise them not to get modular cables unless they're more interested in aesthetics than they are in productivity. I am significantly depressed. I really wanted to try this. I've been working on this for 4.5 hours, and we're just at the point where I can turn it on. Can you imagine my frustration right now? I've only just now realized, I guess the other power supply, how is it getting power? I mean, the other water cooler. What was turning the pump? Clearly not a SATA connector off the power supply because we don't have one. And I know my sister's got the box, and I know I should have asked for it when I picked up when I told her I'll come pick up the computer, I should have said, bring the box. Put the box with it in case there's something in there I need. So that's my fault. Of course, I didn't know it had a cooler problem until I diagnosed it. And I didn't know the cooler didn't already have a SATA connector on it until I took it apart. The cooler she had in here was a Silverstone cooler, of which they sent me a unit for review. I'd never installed another one, and I'd have no recollection of any installation process or cabling. I don't remember. So I'm sort of looking at it and realizing, oh, I guess it didn't have a SATA power connector. Could I grab any SATA power connector from another EVGA power supply that's modular? If I had one. Oh boy. Not the ending I was wanting. And I haven't eaten today. And I'm probably a little grouchy. I'm a little frustrated. I'm a little frustrated at this case design. I'm a little frustrated with the instructions and the Capellix versus the non-Capellix, but otherwise has the exact same name and looks very similar. I'm frustrated with I guess that's it. I was trying to think of something else. I guess that's it. And I had other computers I could have worked on during the video today that would have been done. And remember, I said I did this one because I could get it done quickly, get it out of here. I was wrong. And if I had realized that right at the beginning, that this power supply was modular, I mean, that's very easy. I could have looked through the glass and seen that when I picked it up. I'm so accustomed to working on standard customer units that don't have modular power supplies. Could I grab another power supply and disconnect the video card and motherboard and temporarily hook up the new power supply to test the cooler? Well, I could, except I'd have to take the radiator out again to get to the top CPU power connector, and I'm just not in the mood. And then that would just be temporary, and I'd have to put the radiator back up to test it. Then I'd have to take the radiator back out to take the power supply back out, or the CPU power cable back up. I love what I do. I love what I do. I absolutely love what I do. Okay, well, it is what it is. And then I still have all this cable management, assuming I could even plug it in and turn it on and everything is working beautifully, I still have cable management to do, which I don't want to do. It's a mess. I didn't realize this cooler was going to have that giant fan controller on it. I don't know why we've got to have the ability to hook up 6 fans when we only need 2 and at the most 4. So we're not going to use the 4. That's if you want to sandwich the fans around the radiator. And then that's going to drop the radiator so low as it's going to hit the RAM, and then we won't be able to install the radiator anymore because of the case design. How was your day? Mike in the chat room wants to know if that's a 1,000-watt power supply. Yes, Mike, it is, because that's a 2080 Ti in there with 4 sticks of RAM. This can get a little power hungry. Although it didn't need 1,000, it probably could have done with 800 watts. But I wanted a little headroom for future upgrades, and I had this power supply for some reason. I can't remember why I had it. So rather than pay for a new power supply, I used what I had in inventory that was modular, because this case has a big glass window on the side. I wanted a modular power supply to keep it looking clean. I didn't like how big this power supply, it's a long power supply there, but I already had it, and it was a good fit for it, and that's why it was used. Blackwatch said, I admit my day was off as well. Could have done with a better day. I mean, it started off by Amazon waiting until 6 o'clock at night to deliver this cooler. This cooler could have just as well been here at 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. It's very random. Amazon's deliveries are often early. More often than not, Amazon delivers early. But for some reason, Amazon did bring a package at 10 o'clock in the morning.
And then they came back at, 5 o'clock in the evening to drop off the cooler. And I was waiting all day so I could do this video. And I had other things to do, don't get me wrong. I wasn't staring at the walls. But I was really looking forward to this. Now I'm looking forward to not doing this. All right, what else? What else? Any final questions here? We'll deal with it. It's just a little after midnight here, minute after midnight here in Phoenix, so I am absolutely done. Sport Card Fanatic, bring back Mitch on Friday for this PC. I can't. At this point right now, I'm so backlogged. Mitch is a great guy. I think Mitch is wonderful. It's fun to be with Mitch. And when I'm building computers and having Mitch there to sort of joke around with and pass me tools and stuff is great. But when it comes to getting the actual work done, I'm the one that has to do it, unfortunately. And I would love nothing better if that were the case, where I could bring Mitch in and say, okay, you work on that and I'll work on this. But unfortunately, I don't really think he's that interested in it. He doesn't express it. I think he enjoys our time, when we hang out and do our stuff. But it's not like he's at home tearing apart computers. If he has a computer problem, he brings it to me. And he's not a computer technician, and to this day he's never built a computer on camera by himself. We've had him start, but then he runs into some concerns over some of the parts that make him nervous. Sometimes putting the CPU in the socket, even as many times as he's done it, he's still a little nervous about it. And I don't think he's as passionate about it as I am. I think he's more interested in sort of the brotherhood of our relationship, and it's fun. But now I've created a lot of computers that he's helped me to build, but he has not helped me to complete. And that's not on him, that's on me. And I have bitten off so much more than I can chew. My goal is to get caught up. I just can't do both. I can't focus purely on entertainment at the expense of letting the work lag. And if there's nobody with the skill or the passion to do this work, then at the end of the day, I have to do it because the customers are waiting. And it's starting to affect my business, honestly, quite financially. So the business has money coming in if I would just get the jobs done. But as long as the jobs remain incomplete, the money is not going to come to me until the job is complete. And because there's about 40 incomplete jobs here, I cannot start another job. That would be irresponsible, and it would likely run me into bankruptcy. So as much as I would love to have Mitch back, unfortunately, I'm in a position now where I'm playing catch up because I allowed it myself to build a lot of incomplete systems, because every Friday we would build a new computer, nearly every single Friday for over 52 weeks in a row. And at about $1,000 a piece, give or take, you can do the math on that. So that's a lot of money that has been sunk in that I won't get reimbursed for until the machines are completed. And just doing the cable management is it's not that he's incapable, and it's not that he wouldn't do it if I asked, but I'd have to train him. And because every case is different, and he doesn't really express any interest. He doesn't say, hey, I'd love to do it. Although he's a great guy and he has offered to come and help, I have to train him to do it. And my preference would be to work with somebody who's passionate and wouldn't need the training, that they would just be like, hey, I love doing this stuff, let me at it. I have really yet to be finding that person. So I can't wait for that person to appear. So there's nothing personal happening, there's no grievance or anything. It's just it's a situation that I've allowed to get a little further behind than I should have. And why wouldn't I? I mean, we have a great time together, Mitch and I. It's fun. And so when I'm here working alone, doing the drudging work off camera, it's not fun. What would you rather do, right? But once you get a certain amount of machines backed up where it's really a financial problem, you have to acknowledge that. You have to go, oh my God, if you don't do something now, what are you going to do? Like, this is only going to get worse. And customers are going to get tired of waiting. They're going to go somewhere else. And these parts that you haven't sold are only depreciating in value the longer it takes you. And at the same time, I'm trying to put sponsorship deals together. I'm offering support to my clients that can call me at any time and interrupt what I'm doing, and I have to stop to address their issue. And sometimes I have to stop it and go all the way over to their business to deal with it. It's not something I can deal with remotely sometimes. It's a lot. It's like being pulled in 17 or 20 different directions all at the same time, and everybody wants it now. And it's tough. It's tough. And it's taken its toll. I'm tired. And, you know, the parts are depreciating and the work is not getting done unless I do it. And so that's why it's been the way it has. He hasn't done anything wrong. If anything, I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who allowed it to get that bad. And building a computer once a week on top of everything else I'm doing was too aggressive and too expensive. And of course, I'm paying him to be here. And when the YouTube revenue went down, I was still paying him the same amount. So that became a financial obstacle for me because I didn't want to reduce his pay. And I thought it would get better, and it didn't. And he didn't do anything wrong. Just YouTube fluctuate their advertising rates. There's nothing I can do about it. So it's just, I don't know, what would you do if you were me, in that situation? What can I do? So that's the way it's going to stay until I can flip things back to being less overwhelming for me. And that should also straighten out the financial stuff. William wants to know what I think of WPA3. WPA3 is absolutely required for Wi-Fi 6, so it doesn't matter what I think about it. If you want Wi-Fi 6, you have to use it. Mike Zielinski says, I'll be in Phoenix next week. I'd be willing to help you get some computers out the door. There's an interviewing process. I can't just take somebody's word that they know how to do things. I have thousands and thousands of dollars in inventory in a secure location that I'm not going to open up to a complete stranger online for obvious reasons. And I would have to pay somebody that right now I'm having trouble in that area, only as far as YouTube goes. But once the computers are done and sold, then that's not really a problem. And then on top of that, I would need to train you, and maybe I wouldn't even like you. Maybe you wouldn't like me because I'm a taskmaster and I want to see work getting done, especially if I'm paying you. And some people may not like that. So I don't just bring anybody in here. The reason you saw Mitch is I've known Mitch for quite some time, and he's a great guy, and I trust him 100%. I don't just bring strangers into a secure studio location, given the harassment I receive online. I don't know. There could be a very nice person who just tells other people what they did and where I am, and then that information goes to somebody else, and then suddenly I'm back to being harassed locally, and I don't want to open the doors to that. So, well, I appreciate your kind offer. It's a bit naive when you understand the gravity of the value of what I'm doing and the worldwide access that that people have to my channel, not all of which are wanting to help, but rather looking for different ways that they can attack or isolate my location. Again, I'm not a controversial person, but there's some nutcases out there. So I would take somebody in very, very carefully, and I would have to train you, and that amount of time to interview you and train you is all time I could be working getting caught up, which takes me away from productivity. The time to hire somebody is when you don't need them, right? Because that's when you have the time to train them and make sure that they've got a value system similar to yours or a work ethic. That doesn't always work out. Even if it's a nice person, they may not have the same work ethic, or they might start getting entitled, or other issues can crop up. So it's best to try to figure that all out before you actually need them. And when you do need them, that they're able to hit the ground running and help you get caught up. So when I don't need them, I can't afford to pay them, and I don't have any work, right? I have one computer to do, bring somebody in, start training them. They could then take the training that I've used to educate them and then use that to find a different job now that they have experience and leave me with nothing, and that would be a bad investment on my part. So it's all very, very complicated. It's not this simplistic, hey, come over and help situation. Everything has to be done to a standard because this is a business and it's my standard. And you might be fully capable. I don't know. I have no idea. But it wouldn't be worth it to have you over here for a week. But again, I appreciate the offer. It's kind of you, but it's overly simplistic thinking of the complexities of what's involved. And it's part of just running a business, and especially, like I said, that I'm worldwide on the internet, that there's a reason that I'm in Studio B and that nobody knows the location of Studio B, not only for the security of the inventory, but the actions of swatting and other stuff that have been done can't be done here because nobody knows where this is. Paul Cleaver says, Carey, I sent a super chat. Did you get it? Let's take a look, Paul. I'm sorry, did I not see it? Oh, yeah, you just sent it. £2. He says, good morning, Carey. I'm sorry for the small amount of money. Hey, your small amount of money is more than most people give because most people give nothing. So I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Cheers. Do I think, this is from what, Devonte Dowd. Do I think the new ATX 3.0 power supplies are a good move? Sure. I mean, there's a reason why. There's a reason why the 3.0 standard was voted and ratified and agreed upon by many, many manufacturers, including Intel. It wasn't done because it was a bad idea. It's been a long time. It's been about 20 years that the ATX 2.0 standard has been in use, so it's time. Kelly Stewart says, Carey, I have to go get a few things done. You and me both. I need to eat. He says, you have a great morning and day. See you later, big guy. Right on, Kelly. Back at you, my friend. Martin says, Carey, is the saying, it's who you know, not what you know, true? Certainly, that's true for some things, like many famous actors that you might know are only known because of who their relatives are. If you take a look at somebody like Nicolas Cage, that's not his real name. He's a relative of Francis Ford Coppola. If you look at, I think, this goes so deep. If you look at almost anybody in Hollywood, they have their job because their parents or relatives worked in Hollywood. They may not have been an actor. They might have worked in makeup, or they might have worked in direction. But, Ivan Reitman, who recently passed away, his son Jason Reitman is a movie director. Do you think Jason Reitman would have been a movie director had his dad not been in Hollywood as a successful movie director? Look at Michael Douglas. He's a fantastic actor, but do you think he'd have had a job if not for Kirk Douglas, his father? Look at Kiefer Sutherland, Donald Sutherland. This is all families. If you realize the family ties in Hollywood, the vast majority of actors are tied to Hollywood through family in some way, shape, or form. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them are. So in that case, it's who you know, not what you know. So there are other situations where you may be very qualified and skilled where people want to know you. And in that case, it's who they know, right? And that may give you job opportunities. But as far as randomly sending in a resume with your qualifications and nobody knows who you are, obviously knowing who you are is a benefit. It's going to increase your likelihood of getting the job. So yes, who you know matters very, very much. For example, one last example. If I was born in Silicon Valley rather than Detroit, Michigan, it is highly likely that I would have been involved in a startup in Silicon Valley. If I would even been born in the valley, or not in the valley, but in the Bay Area around San Jose, I can guarantee you I would have been involved in something. It could have been involved in something small or something big. It could have been Netscape. I could have been involved in Apple computers back in the day if I was that was a little before my time. I could have been in, but Netscape, boy, that was right up my alley. I could have been involved in any of thousands of startups during the dot-com boom of the early 2000s. I was the right age. I was that interest. I had the drive, but I wasn't in the right place. So it didn't happen for me. And I'm absolutely certain if I had been in that area at that time, I would have been a part of it somehow. And I like to think something big, but could have been something terrible. I don't know. But being in Phoenix, away from it, never gave me that opportunity. And likewise, if you want to be an actor, you're likely going to have to go to Hollywood or New York City. Not that you have to, but your odds of success or getting a job, there's more jobs out there in Broadway and such in New York. And of course, more acting jobs in Hollywood than there are per capita anywhere else in the world. I was just watching Britain's Got Talent. The season just started up again over in the UK. And so many British acts, they say, why are you here? And they say, we want to go to have a residency in Las Vegas. Las Vegas isn't that far from me, and I don't like it. I don't like Vegas at all. But it's their dream for these many people who have practiced their talent, that they're on this talent show, that they will win the talent show and get to go to Las Vegas to perform their talent show on a regular daily basis, week after week, month after month, and that's going to be their career, and that's their dream. Why is their dream not to perform in Blackpool? You know what I'm saying? Blackpool's a lot closer. If you don't know what Blackpool is, you just Google Blackpool beach. And you'll see it's kind of like Vegas. Not that Vegas has a beach, but if you look it up, if you're familiar with Blackpool, you know what I mean. Anyway, sometimes where you're located is a big, big factor. So if I was friends with Mark Andreessen, who was a co-creator of Netscape along with Jamie Zawinski, but I was 1,000 miles away, I don't know that would have been useful unless I had the ability to move. So you've got to be at the right place. You've got to have the skill. I guess you don't have to have the skill. Susan Wojcicki, who is the CEO of YouTube, has no skill in the internet. She didn't know what she was doing. I kind of question if she knows what she's doing now. She let Larry Page and Sergey, the founders of Google, use her garage. They were her neighbor. And she had a conversation with him and said, you should buy YouTube. You're like, why should we do that? And she's like, oh, this is a great platform, and I think it'd be great for your company. And they said, if we buy it, will you just be in charge of it? She says, okay. And now creators like me are sitting here shaking our head going, what qualified her for this job? Well, she was neighbors with Larry Page and Sergey, what's his last name? And yeah, so she's the CEO of YouTube. Does that answer your question? Hey, there's Jack Wilson, contributes $25. He says, here's for a case of Gatorade and my late to the chat fee. Right on, John. You're just catching us here at the end of a very, very long live broadcast. We're encroaching on 5 hours here. And I am tired. I haven't eaten all day today. And I have a ton more work I have to do, which is going to have to wait for tomorrow. We're 5 minutes away from being at 5 hours. Live, without a bathroom break, I'm fine. Part camel. Bob Connor says, hey, I have a copyright on late fees. You better not. Gosh, what a day. Remus Computer Solutions says, your stream helped me work today. I hope your work was more productive and fruitful than mine was, Anthony. I'm telling you, man, this shouldn't have been this hard. And, you know, I chatted a lot with the audience today, which is your indicator that I didn't want to do it. The minute I started running into some frustrations that I wasn't expecting, that's usually when I just, let's talk in the chat for an hour and a half. I'm just procrastinating, and I don't know why I just don't rip the Band-Aid off instead of torturing myself like this, but I'm glad to see you in the chat, and I'm glad you were here. Always good to see you. He says, man, I felt your pain. I had a pain of a time with a Fractal Design Torrent Compact. You know I'm not a fan of those Fractal Design cases, so I'm not surprised. Patrick Holcomb says, great live tonight, Carey. Great work. It's nice of you to say. I don't think it was great work, but I am tired and hungry, so I've got excuses up the wazoo. The hard work is done. That's the good news. But now there's nothing more I can do, and I can't test the quality of my job for a few days. If I'm not able to get the system back tomorrow, which I won't be, it'll be at least a week before I can. So that means the system's going to have to be put aside. Remember I mentioned all the obstacles I have to walk through? I'm going to add another obstacle to my walking path for another week because I'm missing a cable. It's my fault. Be clear on that. I'll learn. Once I do this to myself enough times, I will learn. Remus Computer Solutions says, the long stream helped me stay focused rather than bounce around videos. That's cool. Well, I wish it helped me stay focused. Thank you, though. I appreciate your kind words. I'm glad it helped somebody, because it didn't help me. Sinister says, I'm going to play some Asteroids Missile Command and listen to some Foreigner and Journey while doing it in your honor. Well, I'm not dead. Not a fan of Missile Command. Not a fan of Asteroids. You want to play a game in my honor? It's Galaga. You want to listen to some music? It's not Journey, but Foreigner is a good choice. But thank you. I appreciate the thought. Mark Baggett says, great stream, Carey. You're too kind. Remus Computer Solutions says he can't wait to get a prototype from who? Sliger to test. Was supposed to get it in January, February. Well, the good news is you can buy GPUs again. I mean, there's that. Remember how fun that was? Well, if you want to buy this GPU, you've got to buy this power supply. I don't want the power supply. Well, then you can't have the GPU. What about you? We have a new age shuffle. What does that mean? Well, we can bundle in some crap that's not selling and force you to buy it if we choose your name to select you as a buyer. I think I'll pass. So hopefully we're done with that for a while. Martin wants to know if I'll have an idea when I'll start the Life 101 videos. You know, that's a personal passion project of mine. There's no money in it. It's just something I want to do. And being so buried in work and having so many people vying for my attention, it's going to be a little while. If I get my place in Michigan and I'm able to move up there, I'll be cutting my work down probably by 50 to 70%. And I'll be able to just sit out in my chair in the woods on a beautiful day and pontificate about my philosophical views and attitudes and perspectives And over time, watch the irony be that's the channel that takes off and makes me a ton of money, right? Sometimes life works that way. I don't expect it to. I think that's kind of a niche thing, and it's really just for my own personal purpose to leave something behind that I hope may benefit individuals, but not necessarily the masses. Same with the cooking videos. I want to do more cooking videos. I just don't have time. David Martinez says, Carey, I bought a motherboard using your link. Thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for using my link. Remus Computer Solutions says Sliger is a USA chassis manufacturer. Never heard of them. I would think like Leon Lee or something. Hey, Matt Soloff joining us from Sweden. Is it Sweden? Thank you, Matt Soloff, for jumping in and saying hello. We're just catching us here at the end. Tech Guy TV says, Carey, I need to ask some questions about what to do to decrease CPU usage. I've done many things, but nothing is changing. I am so busy. I listen, that's not really something I have time to delve into because of all the system items you're going to have running in the background that need to be analyzed. I wouldn't be the guy to ask simply because I don't have the time. I'm sure you can use Reddit forums and other support areas online where you can seek that help. Unless you want to pay me to repair it. And even then, I'm so backed up right now. The last thing I really need to do is add to my workload. So as much as I want to help everybody, I'm so backed up with people trying to give me their money. They're just waiting for me to complete a job. Helping people online is fine for short, quick answers I can do online. But something like that's going to take a lot more time. Well, William wants to know if I'll ever have rental properties to make more and be more free. Right now, there's a massive housing shortage in the United States and Canada. Canada's not even letting foreign buyers buy homes for the next 2 years. And anybody who sells a house within a year of buying it is going to be heavily taxed because the Canadian government's trying to forcibly cool the housing market. Here in Phoenix, the homeless population is growing massively because people are not able to afford a home or they can't find one. Some people have put bids on homes 10 times and have been outbid. You got to find the right house that meets all your requirements, fits your budget, you make an offer on it, you get turned down. You look at a dozen more homes until one turns out to be doable for all those reasons I just mentioned, and you put a bid on it and you get bought. It is exhausting. I'm hoping whatever this is happening with the housing market, and by the way, it is happening everywhere. I've been searching for a house in Michigan since the fall. Seriously, every day since the fall. I found 3 homes, maybe 4, that were doable. And the only way I was able to get potentially one of them was to come up with $150,000 cash and then finance the remaining $400,000, paying over $100,000 more than the house was listed for. And I was about ready to do it, honestly, and I didn't know how I was going to pay for it, but I was just getting exhausted. And the house was perfect. It was so perfect. But it's like, all right, so come up with $150K. Okay. Oh yeah, how am I going to do that? There's a small detail I didn't quite work out. The liquid assets of $150K. I better start making some more videos, right? But by the time I make the videos and the money comes in, that house is sold and gone, and we're right back to square one again. So to have extra income to buy an extra property to use for rental and then have to deal with the damage that renters cause and the abuse and all the things. If you've ever had a rental property before, you can have some tenants who will absolutely demolish your property. There's a YouTube channel where a guy, well, there's more than one, where a guy shows you his rental units when they're getting ready to rent, and then when they end up having to, somebody moves out or gets kicked out, and they have to go in and see what the rental unit looks like now. And a lot of times on these evictions, people destroy the house. They're just angry that they're getting evicted and they have nothing to lose. And they completely demolish the walls, the plumbing. They'll take the copper out of the walls and they'll leave you with an empty shell of a house. And you have to sink 10, 20, 30,000 into it. Find construction workers, get it all built back up so you can rent it out again. I can't think of that guy's name. He just made a video that he was selling all of his rental properties. He's done with it. Now, I suppose if you were in more of an upscale neighborhood and, we've got people buying houses now that are using them for party houses for Airbnb, and the city of Scottsdale, Arizona just passed a law about that because neighbors are complaining about the noise and damage that's being caused by people coming in to party and they leave. You've got investment groups buying homes as rental units where they're outbidding any families because they've got millions upon millions of dollars of investor money, and that should be illegal. And they're taking family homes off the market that would otherwise be sold to a family that will never be sold. It'll just always be a rental, and it might as well not exist as far as trying to find a place to live. I am not a fan of renting or being a landlord. I've been very, very lucky to be here in Studio B. A renter here could easily cause so much damage and create a lot of noise in what is otherwise a very quiet neighborhood. And so I deeply respect and have a lot of gratitude for the owner of the property allowing me to stay. And I've been doing everything I can to improve the property, whether it's landscaping or painting or electrical work or plumbing work. I either do it myself or I hire somebody I know personally who does good work. I don't just randomly bring people in. And most of it I've done myself, including replacing appliances at my cost and fixing things like the garage door. I fix it myself. A tree had to be trimmed because the branches after the storms almost went through the roof and the windows. And I thought the easiest solution would be to take the tree down. It was dead anyway. I bought a chainsaw. I never used a chainsaw before, and I was very careful not to lose any appendages. I almost injured myself with a ladder involving a chainsaw, but I didn't. And in the heat of 110 degrees out there, trees are heavy. You cut that limb, you think it's a limb, it's no big deal, but that freaking limb is like 200 pounds. So I had to cut it into smaller pieces, and then I got to figure out what to do with these pieces. So anyway, it's a lot of work and something most renters just go, hey, fix the yard, and it's your job as the landlord to pay for all the maintenance. But at the same time, I'm also not building any equity, right? If I buy something, it's like putting money in the bank. And right now, having the money isn't even enough. You've got to be able to jump at a chance. Right now, in my experience, one of the houses I was really interested in was listed on a Thursday night. And the real estate agent said, look, this is going to go up for sale tomorrow. I want to give you an early look at it. And I looked at it and I said, this is great. Give me a walkthrough with your phone if you don't mind. And he said, just so you know, there's about 24 other walkthroughs happening tomorrow. There's a lot of interested parties. And when he did the walkthrough, the house was in shambles. It was going to need a complete floor-to-ceiling restoration, a lot of woodwork, no air conditioning. It was a mess. So the house was listed at $300,000. It needed easily a year of work at approximately, I would estimate, $100,000. So now you're in at $400,000 and you got to live in a house that's under construction because I don't have another house to stay in. Well, spending an additional $100,000 trying to get everything right. Well, it didn't matter anyway because the house sold at $375,000, $75,000 more than the owner was asking, and there's no way I can do that. No way. I'm not going to spend $375,000 and then have to spend a year and $100,000 getting it repaired. So my thought was, let somebody flip that house. Presumably, maybe the person who bought it did so to fix it up and flip it so they can make a little money. Well, I would rather pay $500,000 for that $300,000 house that sold for $375,000 and needed $100,000 worth of work and a year of time to do it. I'd rather wait the year, living my life and not worrying about it, and see the house on the market at a Hopefully the market cools off and it comes back down, and let the owner walk away with a little bit of profit and let me get a deal on a move-in ready house that I pay a little more for. But yeah, these houses, they go up for sale on a Friday, and they generally take offers until Sunday, and they choose a buyer on Monday. That's it. The biggest financial decision you will ever make in your life, and they're saying you need to make that decision in 48 hours, or it's, and when you make your offer, you don't know what other offers are. So if they're asking $400,000 for the house, you're like, okay, I'll give them the asking price. But somebody else also looked at the house and they told their agent, I'll give them $425,000. But they don't know somebody else looked at the house and they're flush with cash and they want the house, and they said, tell them we'll give them $475,000. Nobody knows what the other person's bidding, right? The only person who knows is the selling agent. So the selling agent sees the offers, but he doesn't tell you what the other offers are. And he presents all the offers to the homeowner and says, typically you want the highest one. And that's usually what happens. But you don't know if you're the highest one. So you've got to go through the walkthrough of the house. You've got to determine if that house is somewhere you want to live. And you've got to make that decision quickly. And what you're going to have to put into the house to make it whatever you need. Or if it's completely move-in ready, in which case, how much more would you be willing to pay? It's a mess right now. I've never seen home buying home buying was kind of like this in 2007, but it burst. And I have a feeling it's going to happen again. I don't know where all this money is coming from, but it's got to run out. So no, I won't be buying any rental properties. I'll be lucky that I'm not living in a cardboard box at this rate. Slager Designs is in Sparks, Nevada. Interesting. Never heard of him. Bob Connor says, this video is therapy for me. I'm staying up to watch, hoping it will make me sleepy enough to fall asleep. As sick as I feel, I've been fighting with sleep since around 5 p.m. Eastern. It's now 3:35 a.m. Eastern. Well, I'm glad I can put you to sleep. I think that's a compliment. Slager is a family-owned business. They're not cheap, but they are made in the USA, and they pay good wages. That's good to hear. I gladly pay more for products made in the USA, knowing I'm supporting a small business any day of the week. Of course, me being a small USA-based small business probably makes me biased. Mark says he made an offer on a house in Vegas at 2 a.m. and he was drunk and he won the bid. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe that's what I need to do. Mark says it's almost 4 a.m. where he is. He's going to go off to bed. He's listening to TV until he falls asleep. The Greek says, Carey, we saw this housing craze just before the crash in 2008. Some people think there's not going to be a crash, but they're raising interest rates, the government, and that's going to slow down the home buying. It's got to cool off. I don't know. And so many houses are being used as party rentals. It's really become a problem in many municipalities and cities where the neighbors can't get any rest and these people are disrespectful. They come in to party and they just trash the place and they make a lot of noise and they don't care, and then they leave. And then they leave a mess and it's all a big deal. So many cities like Scottsdale are trying to pass laws, or have passed laws, in regards to short-term rental properties for the reasons that are problems that are created by Airbnb and VRBO. It's a serious problem. But the problem is, if I don't have a house to go to, when it's time to leave Studio B, I'm in trouble. So ideally, I'll find a place before that happens, but I have no idea when that's going to happen, meaning I don't know when I'll be asked to leave Studio B, and I don't know when I'll find a house in Michigan. So as you can imagine, I have a lot of anxiety. I'm very worried, and I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do if things don't work out automatically. I'm hopeful, and I look every single day. But if I'm asked to leave this location, before I find a place in Michigan, I'm in trouble. So on top of everything else, there's that. I mean, I'm sure I can rent somewhere. Maybe. I mean, even renting right now is very cost prohibitive, and rental places are hard to find. I just don't want to think about it. I don't want to pay $2,000 a month for a place half the size, surrounded by neighbors and noise and congestion. I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'm just hopeful that things will work themselves out. But that's a very, very dark, foreboding yeah, I'm a little scared, but I'm hopeful that things will work out. You know, on the few occasions I've seen those really nice homes, I was hopeful that, yay, I got it. You know, at this point it's just paperwork. But they've all, for one reason or another, been yanked out of I got it in my hand, but my fist wasn't clenched tight enough, and yoink, it went right back out and it's gone. And once a home is sold, it's likely not going to be on the market again for quite some time, or whenever it comes back on the market, I'll probably already have it figured out, whether I want to or not. And so it's not like you can just wait for it to go for sale again. Or you have to make sacrifices on where you want to live. And I have to live somewhere I don't want to live, in a house I don't want to be in. I may not have a choice. David says, you kept me entertained listening to your podcast on my way home from work. Awesome podcast. Well, thanks, David. John says, what happened with the other house? I still have the other Studio A, but it's not a viable place for me to use for work. I need a studio, and I can't use Studio A anymore. I need to find a place where I can work from, and I don't want to stay in Arizona. So even if I could film back at Studio A, I don't want to, because I don't want to stay in Phoenix. I want to be back to my home, where I was born and raised in Michigan. And there's no greater motivator for me than to sort of force my hand, instead of taking the easy way. I have to some things that are difficult to do, I need a push. And in this case, I'm getting pushed, or I'm about to get pushed. I don't know when the push is coming. So yeah. So Studio A is fine. It's just I can't film from there anymore, and I don't want to. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be. That part of town has gotten really, really bad. QNX says, I consider myself homeless if I don't own the house I live in. I hear you. I completely understand. Can you make room in your basement? You've never been to Phoenix, I guess. Homes in Phoenix don't have basements. Not usually. Maybe once in a while, but that's very... I've never been in a house, and I've been in Phoenix since 1980. I've never seen a basement in my life. I think the ground is too hard. I know you can have a basement if you want to pay an extra $100,000 for the construction crew to break up that hard earth. I'm not exactly sure, but I understand it's very, very difficult. And you'd think in a hot environment, being underground would be ideal because the temperature's cooler, but it just isn't done here. Very, very rare. There's no basements. Generally speaking, there's always going to be an exception, but for the most part, there are no basements in Phoenix. Homes are all ranch-style homes. You have a cement foundation with a house built on top of this foundation, sometimes 2 stories, usually not more than 2 stories, and 95% of the time you're not going to have a basement. You will likely have an in-ground pool, however, which is torture. Maintaining 20,000 gallons of water from turning green in 115-degree weather, well, the water's evaporating and your water level's going down, and you have to constantly top it up and balance your chemicals. And then when you get in it, it's like nasty because it's warm, and it's like being in a jacuzzi. And it's not refreshing on a hot summer day to jump in a hot pool. It's like jumping into a bowl of soup. You know, if it's a jacuzzi on a cold night, that's great. But the pool is ice cold on a cold night. So yeah, I don't like the pool at all. I've had a house with a pool for nearly all my life, and I hate it. It's constant work. It never ends. The crap that builds, you got to get the skimmer and get all the leaves and crap out of the pool. And then the bottom of the pool gets all dirty, and you got to vacuum it. And then your vacuum, breaks, and the pump breaks, and then the electric bill. I mean, it's running 220 volts, 8 hours a day. 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. It'll easily add 30 to 40% of whatever you're paying under your electric bill just to pump the water around. If you don't pump the entire pool worth of water, it'll go green. And then when it goes green or black or yellow with algae, oh, that black algae, that's difficult to get off. You don't just put chemicals in it. That's not going to get it. It'll stain the pool forever. And then after time, even if you take care of the pool, over time the plaster cracks. And then when it gets so bad the tiles are falling off and the surface of the pool's all rough and it's uncomfortable, they have to drain the entire pool. They go in there with jackhammers and they chip away all the old material. I'm calling it plaster. It's called something else. And then that takes quite a time. Let me tell you, it's hard work. And they got to haul all that material out, and they get it right down to the rebar. But you're still going to have the old material it's kind of all pockmarked with the jackhammers. And then they'll come in and they'll resurface it and retile it. And the stuff they use, I forget what it's called, but it hardens immediately. Like they can, as soon as they spray this stuff on and smooth it out, they can start filling the pool up immediately. If you're filling the pool up with a garden hose, it'll probably take 3 or 4 days to get about 20,000 gallons of water. Some people, you can call the fire department, and they can come out with the big fire hose and hook it into the hydrant and fill your pool in like 3 hours. I've never done it, but I've heard of friends and neighbors that have. But you'll just turn that garden hose on and just wait. And then when you get your $400, $500 water bill, for filling up the pool, and then you can't just keep the same water in the pool, because as you keep adding chemicals, the efficacy of the chemicals starts to diminish as the water quality changes. And so you need to drain about 1/3 of the water from the pool every year. It's called backwashing. It just never ends. Never ends. Not pleasant. And I will never own a house with a pool ever again. Unless it's really small. If it's a small pool, super tiny, little jacuzzi, I can handle that. But not this. This is too much. And this place has a big pool. Yeah, there's always work to do. All right, guys. I think that's going to wrap it up for tonight's show. We've gone on quite some time, and I am beat. We're at about 5.5 hours on this broadcast tonight that I was hoping would have been over about 3 hours ago from when I started. That's what I thought. I thought I'll be done by 10 or 11, but it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning here. It's about 10 minutes to 1, and as I mentioned, and as you witnessed, I have not eaten. I have not used a bathroom. And I am starting to feel very, very tired. So I don't want to force myself to continue to work when I'm more likely to make mistakes.
then I'm just going to have to do the job again tomorrow. So I think this is where I call it, and I will. I've got some errands I have to run tomorrow, and then I need some work done because I have computers that got delivered tomorrow night. So I don't think I'm going to have time to follow any video tomorrow, but hopefully we'll be back Thursday, time permitting. And certainly we'll be back Friday at 1 o'clock Pacific time, as I always am. I have no idea what I'll be doing, but there's plenty for me to choose from, and I'll figure something out. So thank you guys for hanging out, and I hope that if you're just joining, you can go back and watch the video from the beginning if you've got that much time. But I appreciate hanging out with you and interacting with you and all your kindness and support. All my friends in blue. Anthony, good to see you, my friend. And of course, all the contributions today. One more quick shout out to John Wilson, Paul Cleaver, Ricky B, Enrico Schelling, Peter Laycock, of course, Winston Liu, and Find Me in Hawaii, David Officer, Chevy, Planet Cryos, and Computer Len, as well as Enforcer P, and Don Allen, Paul Baxter, Gainsy 95, Mark Baggett, Aaron Computer Tech, The Greek, Matt Power, Mark Leonosio, Barry Klein, Jason Willis, Roy Star, man, Ryan Grady, and then there were a couple of multiple contributions from Don Allen, Roy Star, man, Planet Cryos, and Peter Laycock. So again, for all of the support and kindness, and Winston Liu, for all of your continued support, thank you guys so much for making this possible for me to do this as often as I've been doing it. And I'll look forward to seeing you again when I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, probably on Thursday, if I had to guess. Until then, bye for now.